NC-17 in parody for its frequent violence, adult language, substance use, and sexual situations. Please do not be offended. This is just a game, and we are enjoying ourselves. This is not officially rated, and thank you for joining us.
To make sure I don't forget anything, here's a pre-recorded message. Be aware, this may contain triggering content. It's not our intention, but with 7 people in a roleplay environment, it is possible, Kupo. We have a link to the shop in the description. Also, Deuce's TikTok for art. Just go check out all the links in the description, Kupo.
Mental health is a serious topic. If you're experiencing mental health problems, big or small, please seek professional help. Everyone needs a helping hand sometimes, and other times just having someone in your corner is nice.
Now, let's get to the live stream, and don't forget to like, subscribe,
and obey.
Alright, we are live now. So we'll start with that apology for how last episode ended. For whatever reason, the 3-second lag that comes from us doing it and it going up onto the live. When I hit in stream, it cut it for whatever point the stream that was projected did, and not up to what point of our actual actions did. So it cut off us saying goodbye, despite the fact we were doing that before I hit in stream. So now I know I have a 3-second delay between saying goodbye and actually ending the stream. And thank you all for joining us again. We have been discussing various rules and modifications, and nothing is being implemented at the moment. But who knows, it might have effects on later campaigns. Gotta love rules discussions, right?
Oh yeah, always
feed the DM.
It's part of the reason why I play a wizard. I love the rules.
And that's where you get into the most nitty-gritty crap. I mean, one of the things we're discussing is me trying to translate permanence from 3.5 to 5e without it being broke. Who better to talk to than the wizard? The only one who would be able to take permanence.
No.
If you don't like the rules, just play a barbarian.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
They break the rules.
I haven't posted it in the channel for all of you, but Nick is working on modifying those spells. This is gonna kind of go in line with later campaigns where you have to do training to learn things. But the amount of time it takes, rolls, not deciding whether you fail or succeed at doing it, but it adjusts how long it takes you to get through the process. I did send them to Nick so that we could start working on the spell and really feel out how it feels at the same time. But I haven't posted it, obviously, because I'm still fleshing it out, so it's a full readable thing and not, hashtag notes. So keep that in mind. Captain Flowers, you're the big one this might apply to, and why I'm bringing it up. If you want to design blueprints for a gun, because you're literally the person who can do that, you'd be following the same methodology of development.
I'd be able to shoot all the penguins.
You're right, you'd be able to shoot all the penguins. Since guns don't exist in the world yet, despite the fact Patches and all of you know about guns, none of you know how to make one. There's no blueprints. He can't magically produce something that just doesn't exist in the world. So
I produce something in the world yet.
I'm offended.
Yeah.
You don't think I know how to build a gun?
Do you? Because if you know how to build, if you know how to build a basic gun from start to finish, where each gear goes, general sizing, if you could just do it, write it down on a blueprint, we can just avoid the rolls. You can just literally write the blueprint, and now it exists in the world.
It's surprisingly easy to build a gun, but this is going up on YouTube, so I don't know how to build a gun. Never done it before in my life.
Fuck's sake.
God damn it.
You're just going for a walkthrough on YouTube.
I mean, the thing is you knowing how to build a gun isn't a problem. It isn't illegal. It would be you actually building one, or us telling people on the stream how to do it. We'll just skip the details. That's all.
Well, first you put this here alongside that barrel, and then you put the gunpowder there, and oh, wait, hold on.
Are we making muskets? Hold on.
I mean, generally that's where it would start, but you know, if you know how to make a modern revolver, we can skip the medieval type guns. We can just go straight to modern guns.
This is modern AK.
Yeah, because that's what we need is Captain Flowers with a freaking AK-47. Gimli.
Just walk up to the BBEG and be like, "You ready to play some Russian roulette, pussy?"
You know
But
what?
a gun's only 4 or 5 parts.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the end, there is obviously a BBEG, that final boss. That's not necessarily a buildup of the campaign and things you're dealing with, just because this is a weird campaign story-wise. But there will be another NPC who might gladly play Russian roulette with you at the very end. They're kind of crazy.
That's terrifying.
They're also kind of immortal. Kind of. Not truly immortal, the way the Hermit is at the moment. But yeah, Nick, want to go ahead and give us the pretty short recap overall of last session?
Yeah, not a lot happened, and then a lot happened, and then...
Watch.
I gotta remember everything. Okay, this happens every time.
I remember if you want me to just do it tonight.
Yeah, can you just do it tonight? Because I'm trying to. There's so much.
So you started out last session. You were setting up, making camp. You all realized that the ring's activated finally, so you could call patches and do some shopping. You did that. Wrath bought a special magical deck of playing cards that could form basically a small castle, where you were able to sleep in comfort and warmth, not worrying about freezing to death. You all finally ate some of those centaur steaks that Captain Flowers had kept wanting you to eat. He got those made up, and you all ate them. Y'all had some drinks, some shenanigans. The Hermit and Nick had another kind of bonding moment, and he has
Pious
an idea
could
of how to go
taste it
forward.
all.
Yeah, Pious can taste it all because he purchased a magic item that turns him like physically into a human, but with all the abilities of Warforged, which, by the way, some people off stream are watching, you may be a little confused on this. Like, well, how does it turn a Warforged into that? It's supposed to affect humanoids only. I delved the rules, by the way. It specifically turns a humanoid into another type of humanoid. And I dug through all of the rules on Warforged. In 5th edition, they are not constructs of any kind. Nowhere do you have that type. Mending should not actually work on a Warforged, by the way. They are humanoid. 100%. Which means that this item works on, very much by Raw, works on Warforged, and can turn creatures into Warforged. So, we're calling it Homebrew and House Rule. You are a living construct, you are humanoid and construct.
Because I'm special.
Well, dual typing... special boy! Dual typing mostly makes it easier to screw with you. Dual typing is most often a detriment. Because things that can hit constructs now can hit you. Things that specify humanoids can hit you.
No, please, I don't want to.
I don't know why they remove that. Like, dual typing is actually a real bad thing most of the time. There are some instances where it's really good. Such as being humanoid and undead. Undead as your dual type is such a big deal. Because they're immune to so much crap. But you turned into a very attractive 19 appearance score Earth Genasi, and we're able to finally taste things properly, smell things fully, use the senses that they didn't feel were necessary for a Warforged to have when they built you.
Whoops.
And you, because of that, got to experience it, the joys of it and such. Everyone was having a good time, partying. Wrath used his pipe of remembrance, is what that smoking pipe's called, that let Pious see his most heroic moments in his life, and there were 3 in particular. There was defeating Acrid, there's the scene that you keep seeing in the memory that you still don't know everything about with the blue box and the death of Esmeralda, but you got the additional context of there were 8 other people nearby, and at the very least it's considered a heroic moment because your actions saved them. And the third one, you have no real context, just you were standing outside of the Tower of Babel, essentially.
Yeah.
After that, the momentum kind of died because it's a real bittersweet thing. Like, yeah, these are my heroic deeds, but I don't remember them. I've spent my whole life, like the last 35 years or so, believing I'm some evil monster, but maybe I'm not. That doesn't change the fact I did these evil things. A lot of being torn in the situation, so it all died down. Everyone's going to bed. A couple people were absolutely unbelievably drunk. Tempest and Twilight having hallucinatory drunken state, thanks to magical alcohol. Everyone went to bed, and Pious had a dream with Dr. Drew and Dar Rythal in it. This whole thing about Amy, no, I'm Pious, and you didn't really make much progress, but you did notice in that dream there was a green book with gold trim. You couldn't read the title of the book, but you could read the name. Most of it. The first, it seemed like 3 names, a first, middle, last name. And the first name was 3 letters, but you couldn't actually read what they were. The middle name was Jack, and the last name was Harkness. You came back, and you and Nick basically spent the next 4 hours while everyone else was sleeping, having a moment, him comforting you, and having a moment to talk it out. And that's where we're coming in, essentially, is in the morning as camp was being broken down, and you all were starting to head out. Twilight has done some shopping. So you notice her call up Patches. She hands over the Shield of the Tortoise, the trans pride flag shield that she had, selling it back to him, as well as gets a bag of holding, another bear trap, and you don't really hear the conversation, but she seems to be upgrading the staff of flowers to be more than this thing that just produces, lilies and daisies. But before we get started with the day, Pious, what would you have told Nick about the dream? Like, what details? We've given you a chance to kind of try to go back and watch it and figure it out. So,
more or less like I think Pious was more focused on the book. After he saw it, and the doctor mentioned that it was like sorry.
That Jack was some hero who traveled the Highroad and cleared it out. I think is where you're going with that.
Yes, that's, yeah. Sorry. Completely lost my train of thought. And that he was a different person. That really threw him off, that he was, because he'd never dreamed before. So this was all completely new. Mm-hmm. And he didn't fully understand why he was someone else, or being referred to as someone else.
Worth noting, because maybe I didn't describe it so well, like, you could see yourself more or less, like, looking down and you're processing normal. As far as you could tell, you still looked identical to how you do now. Like, it seemed
the Genasi?
No, you looked like your Warforged self in this dream.
Okay.
You looked exactly like your normal self, and as far as you could tell, the doctor was looking at you and seeing you for who you normally are, and still thought you were this Amy person.
Okay.
And that's why I want to bring up. I'm like, I may not have detailed that very well, because you didn't look like an Earth Genasi in this stream. You looked like your Warforged self.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I still kind of thought that at the time.
So my big question is that all you would have focused on, those things? You wouldn't have shared the whole, like, would you have recounted the whole dream to me, or would it just been those focal points?
Yeah, it would have just been like the book, the doctor, the fact that I was somebody else.
You had mentioned the Cyril White room lined with bookcases. That part you had mentioned for sure.
Yeah, I think that was the first thing I said, and then there was lots of books, and
would you have mentioned the names of the authors on any of them? Because like one of them you had seen, you would have recognized. Wilfred Goldrudder was the author of many of those books, and you found in this present time, you did find books from Wilfred Goldrudder as well.
Yeah, Pious would have at least mentioned that, since it's so familiar.
Yeah, so Nick, you had been told about the Green Book, written by Jack Harkness. That Wilfred Goldrudder's works and books were in this dream. Sterile White Room, and the Doctor had continuously referred to this person as Amy. Well, at first, and then went, "Oh, you're Pious. I don't know you. You look just like my friend," and was very apologetic and kind in response to that. You and I had discussed it that you really wouldn't have played off of it in the moment of the interaction, but that's what you were told for any interactions moving forward from here in the roleplay.
Yeah.
But yeah, y'all are traveling down the road. Anything in particular that you all want to be doing as you're traveling? Oh, actually, Nick, go ahead and give me that Arcana roll real quick that we need for your spell work.
I'm an idiot and didn't grab my dice. Give me a second. Ugh.
Oh,
It's
no.
not like we're playing a dice game.
Right? Did I put it in spells? Yes, I did. You are working on the 5th level. No, you're working on the 2nd level still. The 5th level is what you're going to work on next.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm thinking for the 2nd level, it's going to be the same, but just reducing the damages. That's like my ideal outcome from this. So Arcana plus 8. That's a 4. God, I swear I'm good at this stuff, guys. That one's going to jail. So 12 total.
All right, neg 2 for the spell level adjustment pulls you to a total 10. Let's see. So you've got 2 days left until you finish the construction on that spell. Because you've already done 1 day of work up to this point. Just with that first day of travel and such. So, mark that. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to take you 2 more days to finish that up before you have a working version of it.
Okay.
You have that third level version worked out already, and then you can start working on the 5th level version. So we've got that. God damn it, what was the other thing I was thinking about? Whatever. We'll move on. No reason to hold up the game for me having a brain fart. Yeah, so what's everyone want to do as we're traveling down the road today?
Wrath would be in Draconic, kind of talking to his little Draco friend, checking up on him. How you doing? What you been up to? Found anything interesting lately?
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Okay.
This little dragon thing is going to roll an investigation check.
19.
19. Yeah, he seems to be getting a lot more comfortable with you. You do notice that he seems to have a couple of sticks that he's carrying around that he really likes, and he starts kind of gibbering, essentially about these sticks, that they're so cool. One of them looks like a little sword made just the right size for him, so he's super excited about it. But otherwise, he ain't found Jack.
Fair enough. If you see anything in my bags that you'd care to hold on to, let me know. And I'll purposefully leave like a copper piece in my bag instead of my coin purse.
All right. I am updating your allies list real quick, Wrath. Risha, you've gotten to rank 3 alliance, or rank 2 alliance, and the Pseudo Dragon you have up to rank 3 with that roll. It does like you. And now it's willing to get into combat if you ask, but it won't do it naturally on its own.
Oh no, I wouldn't ask it to. Ask it to steal something, maybe.
yeah, it's willing to work with you if it's not too dangerous.
Right.
How about Pious? Anything you're doing and working on through the day?
Shit.
Don't do that. I guess
well, now he needs to.
I was gonna say you're humanoid now. You actually might want to do that.
Yeah, don't hold that in.
I actually think during the day I'm not attuned to it.
Oh, is it only at night?
No. I just have too many items.
Yeah, that's right. We were discussing you weren't going to stay attuned to it during the day.
Yeah, so because Pious is now obsessed with dreaming, so now he's going to try and dream every night. But during the day, he'll just unattune to it. Pious is sharpening his arm blade.
All right. Tempest, how about you? Are you doing anything as we're traveling down the road?
Nope.
What about Twilight then? Are you doing anything specific?
No, just relaxing, enjoying the moment. Nothing stupid yet.
Yet.
All right. What about Captain Flowers?
I'm just gonna keep an eye out for possible penguins.
Go ahead and roll a perception for me then. In Tempest, didn't you need to talk to Captain Flowers about those blueprints and designing what you wanted?
Oh, yeah.
That was what I forgot about, was Tempest had wanted that.
Yeah.
16.
16? You don't see any signs of penguins. You do see... You think you see some... It almost looks like the trees and other plant life seem to be moving a little bit off in the distance.
It's gotta be penguins. They're hiding for me. They're gonna send out their little penguin assassin. Do it. He says this as he's just muttering and keeping an eye out on those bushes.
All right. Yeah, so Tempest, you have the floor then to talk to Captain Flowers.
All right. I swiftly pull him aside.
What? Oh, just you. What's up?
I need you for a thing. I have ideas. Kinda.
I-
Maybe. You're smarter than I am.
Ideas for what?
So I do my best to try to explain that I want him to make a gun.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion. As far as like making the gun, he understands that, but it sounds like you're explaining a little bit more than just design a gun, like your final idea.
What was it again?
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
Yep, one of those things you're not quite as good at.
Should I do an insight check to see if I can follow what he's talking about?
Yes.
My +8 says otherwise, just saying.
Oh, shit, I forgot. You're actually proficient in persuasion. Yeah, roll an insight check, Captain Flowers. And then, while they're rolling those, Nick, did you have anything specific you would like to do through the day that we will come back and resolve after?
The only thing that I'm gonna do is probably just drop back to either run ahead or drop next to Pious. I don't know where Pious walks in the group. I'm assuming towards the front.
Yeah, usually in the front.
If it's our normal positioning, then it's Pious and me in the front.
Yeah, and then I'm normally like right behind you guys because Squishy Wizard in the middle.
Yep.
So I'll roll up next to Pious and be like, "Hey, I've been thinking about what we talked about last night before everybody else got up. We do need to talk. Not necessarily right now, but when you're ready, and maybe before we camp this evening, we need to have a conversation."
I am always ready to talk.
Alright, let's jump back over to Tempest and Captain Flowers real quick. So Tempest, you got that sweet 23. You set the DC to 7 for him to fully comprehend your genius plan. And he's just like, those penguins! I see them in the distance, and getting distracted, and you couldn't keep his attention well enough. But he got the gist about designing a gun for you. So yes, that much, you know that she wants you to design like a black powder gun, because she has plans for the design past the gun as well.
Yeah, I can make the gun, but those penguins I know they're here. But don't worry, I can still make that gun for you. Just let me make notes about that. Here.
Real quick, if I can ask DM, there are black powder like cannons, correct? We just don't have handheld.
No, there are not black powder cannons yet. The closest it's gotten is trebuchets and catapults.
Gotcha.
At least at this point in time. If we keep playing forward and do Arc 1 of the trilogy, they exist by that time. Your designing of it kind of just determines the exact status of how did they happen, why did they happen.
Where did they happen?
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to start working on that, you absolutely can through the day as well, while trying to keep... You'd kind of give up on looking around for things like halfway through the day.
I'm gonna make a reference to Critical Role that only the Critical Role people will get, and just say thanks, Percy, and that's it.
We aren't doing those guns. Oh god, no. Although those guns are pretty damn cool.
I want bad news.
Right,
that's
bad news
all I've
is
got.
awesome.
Such a cursed weapon.
Alright, Nick Pious, back over to you though. Finish up what you were doing if you wanted to keep discussing or not. Pious was saying, I'm always up for a discussion.
What's on your mind, Nick?
I have ideas about your dream. And I did you describe the book and did you describe the book and the gentleman that you were speaking to me? Were those in that
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Those were the focus of the details, in fact.
Yeah, I want to make sure because did the way that the gentleman was described, did his appearance seem familiar to me at all from the description?
Pious, go ahead and roll a persuasion. Nick, roll an insight. It'll be familiar to some degree. It's just how spot on was Pious's description, mostly.
Oh, 20.
20, not bad. And Nick's insight?
Dirty 20, by the way.
Okay, that's
I just
fine.
wanted to clarify.
Nat 20.
Natural
Oh,
20.
shit!
Even without your bonuses, this is in Baldur's Gate. You don't crit fail and crit succeed on skill checks. I mean, Pious, you set the DC to 10. Natural 20 already smashes that. Pious, you do a really good job about explaining the book, some of the finer details, like where exactly the gold trim was on the book, and small details about like the suit, like there being a lapel with a small red accessory on it, and things like that. Just key details that are really small. And Nick, yeah, no, you know that is like an identical description to the person you're thinking about.
He's on the other book, right?
Yep, on the book you have, it's spot on for that picture. And as far as the green book, spot on again.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You say you're ready to talk whenever. I'm gonna reach into my bag and I will pull out my book.
Pious, you recognize this book. This looks like the same book from that dream. It's just missing the title and the name of the author.
Someone did a really good job at recreating that book.
Yes.
Nick, did you have that custom made, just one you found, or did you make it yourself?
I probably made it myself, and I probably made it when we first got the palette, just to write down everything up to that point.
All right,
Like,
wanted to establish that detail because they did a really good job about recreating it. Like, if it were something you found and saw multiple of, it might not be as impactful of a statement.
yeah. But I made this. Like, took my time to customize this book to me. This is my journal. I wrote everything up to us getting the palette into it, and I intend to, after the Highroad, write everything in it again.
So are you telling me? Wait,
I think.
Go ahead, I am sorry.
I think, according to your dream, I am Jack Harkness.
Pious, there's something
Very
striking
funny.
about that statement, because the first name you couldn't read was 3 letters. And what you just heard is, I am Jack Harkness.
Oh dear God. Zzz.
Bless you.
How is... Oh, thank you. How is that? What? But your name is Nick? What do you mean you're Jack?
Maybe I use it later as a pseudonym, as a writing title, as a way to keep my true identity away from people. I don't know. I don't think this was a normal dream.
You're telling me Well, it was my first. I am so confused.
Yeah, I don't understand it either.
Well,
Because
you know what they say, the first time always hurts.
No one was speaking to you, Head.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to lighten the mood. I'll shut up now.
I will lighten your load when I kick you into the stars. Sorry, I'm not very intimidating.
You're okay.
That was kind of cringe, honestly.
This is the part that concerns me more. And I will pull out the other book. I will make sure that I put the first book away before I pull out the other. This one you're not gonna like.
You recognize this book too. This is that book that Nick picked up from Acrid.
You're right, I don't like that book.
But according to your description, and I'll flip it over to show the back of the book, that's him, right?
100% match.
Yes.
I want to meet him.
Well, hopefully I can have another dream. The similar one. And maybe I can find out where he is.
Okay. Okay. I know you don't like this book, and I'll put it away. I don't know what all it adds up to yet. But I have questions for the gentleman that wrote that book.
For what it's worth, I trust you.
That makes one of us.
You don't trust me?
No, I trust you. I don't trust me. Not completely.
Well, just as you all are prepared to make sure that I do not hurt you, I promise that I will not let you hurt us.
I appreciate it.
Or anyone that doesn't deserve it.
Thank you.
Wrath, you probably wouldn't be close enough to necessarily hear exactly what they're talking about, but you can tell that they're having a very serious discussion involving these couple of books. You can see the books themselves.
Wrath actually is concerned that Pious is upset with him because of the pipe situation. So whenever he saw that they were talking, he kind of distanced himself a little bit, but he is watching. So yeah.
All right. Yeah, you all get this chance, and there doesn't really seem to be too much going on up until around 3 p.m. You've been on the road for about maybe 7 hours now. It started to snow a little bit in, and it's been snowing pretty constant since. You've actually gotten about 6 inches of snow in this time. You're starting to almost wade through the snow because there were already about 2 inches on the ground to start. Captain Flowers, this is when you notice that movement, there's definitely something over there.
It's gotta be penguins. It's penguin snow.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably a few hundred yards out, but the trees are sparse enough that you can see things moving over there, and they seem to have been following you down the road over the last several hours.
Rat.
What was
Rat,
that?
you there?
Huh? Yep. Sorry. I thought you said drats. What's up?
Ah, drats too. I think it's penguins. They might be out in the trees, in the bushes. You see them over there? They're moving.
Take a look at wherever he's pointing.
Go ahead and roll perception with advantage for me then.
Okay.
And the rest of you would hear this conversation and see Captain Flowers trying to point off to something in the distance as well.
Am I still next to him or something?
Close enough, yeah. You would be fully aware of what he's saying.
23.
23, yeah, you can see it out there, and you are fairly certain you are literally watching trees and bushes move.
He's right. There's something out there. Everybody hold up. Pious.
Yes, what's going on?
I'll point towards this movement.
So if Captain Flowers and Wrath, if both of you are trying to point this out, no need to roll. You'll have like a triangular positioning to be like you see exactly where they're pointing.
So, because of my eyes of the Night Eagle, is it clear visibility?
Yeah, it is mostly clear visibility, which is why you could make out that it looks just like the trees. Versus like Pious, when you look, you can see things moving out there, but you can't quite tell what they are.
Oh, so it looks like the tree itself is moving, not something moving the tree.
Correct.
Oh.
It looks like the trees and bushes are actually moving and like following you. And if you stop moving, they stop moving as well.
This forest is alive somehow.
What do you mean it's alive?
The flora. That's what's moving. It's not something moving between it.
Yeah, and Pious, you do see like the movement out there, and you see it stop. Like if you stop for a moment as well, you just can't quite make out what it is. Wrath's the only one, and his words are the only thing really telling you what is moving.
We must be on our guard. I have a bad feeling about this.
I give you scared of a bunch of trees and bushes.
Well, the fact that we're surrounded by thousands of them should probably say something.
We have fought the moss before.
And we have fire.
If you want to go down with the ship, Captain.
A captain always goes down with a ship.
Twilight, can you talk to plants?
That's what I was actually looking at to see if I have that ability.
I do not
I don't
think you
think
have
so.
that spell. Let me double check real quick. It would be your
Unless
spells.
Pious wants me to buy it from him.
Yeah, you could potentially just buy a ring that lets you speak with plants, because that is a
Oh my
spell.
gosh, can I do that?
Yeah, you could buy a ring, or you could buy a scroll. The scroll would be cheaper. It would just be a one-time use.
No, I'll do the ring.
Maybe now's not the time to be distracted with a shopkeep.
Yeah, otherwise, no, you do not have the spell to speak with plants. You have speak with animals, but you do notice there don't seem to be any wildlife running around in this area either.
Landmass is a mimic. I knew it.
Wrath will try to usher his little dragon friend into his backpack, and as he does so, he's going to be like, do you know what this is?
Who are you asking that towards? Directing it towards?
The little dragon guy, as I try and, usher him to safety in my backpack.
So you get some images of, a bush It's bent over almost like it's eating, but there's no real mouth, and it seems to just be consuming like a rabbit, like drawing it inside of it.
Thank you. Close the backpack up. I don't think these things are friendly.
You don't say.
I do, though. That's what I just said.
That was being rhetorical. Okay, no, never mind.
Does anyone else have anything to chime in? Because all of you are very aware of this conversation and situation.
Pious is just at the ready.
Twilight, it sounded like you were going to say something?
I'm trying to think how I can handle this situation, because I have the spell element, but I don't think that's even going to help me at all.
Yeah, absorb elements mostly helps with getting hit by elemental damage.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say mostly.
I
That's the
suppose
only
I
thing
can
it
do
does.
mold earth. I suppose I can do some mold earth and see how that goes.
You have to get close enough to do it first. And given that they've been walking alongside you guys for hours, they probably would just react the same way as a person would. You moved it and they might fall off balance and then get back up.
I have an idea. Why don't we all just try to move into a circle and see what happens, see if they follow us.
Well, they're stopped right now.
I know, but if we move in a circle, then we'll find out if they're really following us.
I'd say hours of this kind of proves they've been following.
Yes, I know.
Lay a trap?
I could do some tree berries. Plant some tree berries on them.
How big of a rock do you think I would be able to throw to hit something?
You would not be able to get a rock the distance. It's probably about like 320 yards, so 960 feet.
Yeah. That's
it's more than a football field away. For sure.
okay. Hold on. I've got an idea.
Hey, fuck you.
Whoa, what?
That's an idea.
Did anything happen?
No, you get no response out of the forest
Okay.
when you scream "fuck you" at it.
Hey, it was worth a shot.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. Hmm.
I can turn into some plant lice and I can summon some plant lice towards the trees.
You could summon
The
some
plant lice
flowers.
eats the bugs. The plant lice eats the trees.
I don't think it's every tree.
Yeah, it doesn't look like every one of them is following you. Just a handful.
Maybe we should just keep going. Something's bound to happen, right?
Yeah, let's just keep going and see what happens.
Because they're pretty far away at over 900 feet, so
I'll start paying close attention and kind of scanning the area as we go.
I'm gonna prep for war.
You're gonna prep for war. Alright.
Yeah.
Tempest.
Because I'm gonna summon my staff of flowers and call it good.
You're gonna just pull it out and be ready to summon some flowers. Alright. Tempest.
Well, I can't do this job sober.
Tempest, how about you? Is there anything you're doing in response to all of this?
I'm gonna just carry on as we are. until they do something.
How about Nick?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing anything until something happens. Like I'm waiting for a thing to actually happen.
All right, Captain Flowers, you got any thoughts on the fact the forest is following you, including like shrubs?
I have a bad feeling that them shrubs are bad news. You shouldn't go near them. We should burn them alive.
If they get close enough, I agree.
Especially if they've been moving by themselves with no penguins.
If it's just shrub costumes. And
Sure.
it's secretly penguins stacked on each other's shoulders for the trees.
Then we will have roast penguin tonight.
Penguins in a trench coat. All right, so you get another hour into the 8 hours mark. You've gotten a few more inches of snow. Not a few more, like another like 1 inch of snow has fallen in that time. It seems to be going pretty strong. It's dark, it's cloudy. It's about 4 o'clock, and even though the sun doesn't normally set, it's just so cloudy from the snowing and all of that. It seems to be stretching out for miles. It looks like it's probably going to go on for several more hours that it'll keep snowing. And it's already getting dark. You've kind of reached the end of your day's travel normal. You could keep pushing on if you'd like, though. The shrubs and trees just seem to be following still. They're not getting any closer, and they don't seem to really be doing anything other than watching.
I don't
I
like it
say
when
we
things
keep
just
moving.
watch.
Because if we stop, then... Well, I guess... If we stop, then they stop.
If we stop, they stop. We just post up a watch. Maybe have 2 people outside, 1 runs inside if something happens.
Yeah, sounds about right. We'll take it.
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. Anything specific anyone wants to do before bed?
I want to chime in with a thought. It's snowing, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes it is.
We're being followed by plant life?
Yep.
Yes.
How are they surviving in these temperatures right now, in these conditions?
It's when you remember you're surrounded by palm trees in the mountains at about 7,000 feet elevation.
Pine cones! I mean, pine trees!
That
palm.
totally makes sense. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, palm trees in the mountains aren't normal in this world, in Maluviette or the real world. But it is just like, people know that the Highroad has palm trees all over it for some reason.
I will go ahead and open up the House of Cards to create our shelter for the night, the same as before. And I'll start clearing out space for like a campfire. This time, the House of Cards has an awning over the front, if I can, to stop any snow from falling where we would put a campfire.
Alright. Easy enough to do. So yeah, it's all set up, ready for everyone to be able to rest. So we will start this list with Tempest. Is there anything specific you wanted to do before bed?
I expressed my ideas with them. Do I still gotta like take time to sketch up plans or ideas?
No, because that's mostly on him as the person actually designing it.
Scary.
And the fact is you know that Justin and you both, like, the real people inside these heads, you know what a gun looks like. So you don't really need to sketch up the basics like that.
Sweet. Can I just do like a little stroll around our camp before going to sleep?
Yeah, was there anything specific you were looking for, or just generally strolling and looking around?
Strolling, enjoying the snow.
Alright. Captain Flowers, I would ask you what you're doing, but you need to finish building your Steel Defender tonight. Which all of you see Captain Flowers, like, pull out the bottom half of a... It almost looks like a robotic dragon, like a dragonborn bottom, almost, as he's building up, like, the second half of it. So, how about Nick? Is there anything you were going to do before you sit into your trance?
I did have one more thing I wanted to talk with Pious about, and it'd probably happen when Pious... Are you reattuning to your ring?
Yeah. Yep.
So I would just sit with Pious, and we can RP it. You can check through everybody else first, and we'll...
Alright.
If Pious is cool with having another conversation. It's gonna be... For me, this session, it was a lot of talking with Pious. It's gonna happen, so...
Fair. The quick question I need on that is, are you going to try to distance yourself from the group, or like sit around the campfire where dinner or whatever's happening?
I do not plan to. If Pious wants privacy, I don't think Pious, in their current state, understands privacy, really. I
was naked and didn't really
understand.
That's
why I'm like, I don't think that you would be concerned about it, unless you think, unless he suggests it, no.
All right.
Well, you could come up to Pious and be like, "Hey, let's go talk in private," and then Pious would just follow you.
But I'm not. If you're not concerned about it, I'm not concerned about it. Like, Nick's not trying to be like sneaky or secretive. Like,
yeah,
that's not.
But it is kind of like something that has to do with us specifically, I guess. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, maybe like, hey, I'll sit out with you when you're on watch, because I know that you're going to be taking posts by the fire. Anyways, so I'll just be out there with you, and probably wait for everybody else to die down, and make their way inside.
All right. Okay. So there's going to be a couple hours leading up to when, like, you get to that point, and I shouldn't say a couple. It's going to be like 4 hours until that point where there's the open privacy. So did Nick want to do anything during that few hours while dinner's being made and everyone's up and doing things?
Not specifically, just going through.
Just working on your spells and copying the spell book? The Wilfred spell book?
Yeah, just taking my time, doing my wizard thing.
Alright.
Whizzin' and wazzin'.
Whizzin' and wazzin'.
Whizzin' and wazzin'. Captain Flowers, did you have anything specific you wanted to do?
Captain Flowers, he's just working on his robotic looking dragon.
Okay. Yeah, I was
just
like,
whistling an old sailor song.
But I should at least make sure, was there something small? So if it's just the Steel Defender, we're good then.
Yep, he's just whistling along, just doing his thing.
Alright. Twilight then.
I want to know if Captain Flowers can fix this.
Oh, the sword?
Sorry. Yeah, I want to know if Captain Flowers wouldn't mind taking a quick gander and trying to fix the sword.
Yeah, so everyone would be pretty aware of this, but Pixie pulls out that broken Twilight pulls out the broken short sword and is like, hey, can anyone put this back together and make it usable? More directed at Captain Flowers, but...
I'm not a blacksmith, but I can
mending on it.
Pious just, like, comes up, takes him like a minute to get through the magic and just and now it's reformed into a single piece. It's still not really usable yet. It's still chipped and scraped and damaged, but it is one piece. Mending does seem to help with this.
Well, that's all I can do.
Can we make it better?
Everyone who has the mending spell should be aware that mending can only fix so much damage at a time, but you could cast it repeatedly to keep fixing the damage.
Yeah, I'll help Pious and cast alongside him if it would help it.
Yeah, it would take, with 2 people working on it, it would only take like 3 minutes to make it a functioning short sword again.
Job well done.
Yeah, so you now have a short sword. A non-magical short sword. Twilight.
Ba-da-ba.
Ta-da.
So we will change
Thank
that
you.
from broken short sword to short sword. If I can find it in your inventory. Man, do I have some cleanup to do on your inventory. Thank goodness
got
you bought a... Thank goodness you went and bought a bag of holding, because your regular bag was so full.
Maybe I'm considering the bag of holding and just putting and doing the one. Oh my goodness, I cannot talk tonight. I'm considering upgrading a bag of holding.
You want a portable hole just so you have a full-blown
Hell
storage
yeah!
unit?
Especially if we're being followed, yeah, definitely. Lay that thing down and then boop, boop, boop.
Alright, so you get that fixed. You still have time to do other things if you would like as well. If you don't have really anything special, you can just do your normal nightly routine of whatever. Which would probably include getting high and just sitting and looking at the stars.
I was gonna take the watch, but then I got high.
Nice.
Love that.
I want to take the watch.
You want to take the watch when we have people who don't have to sleep?
Yeah, I still want to watch it. I never get to watch you guys. This is fun.
No one ever told you couldn't.
So Twilight goes to bed early, like right now, instead of waiting, through the normal 4 hours to go to bed at normal. That way she can get up 4 hours early and do the last watch that Nick would normally do.
Oh, wait, 4.
God damn it.
So Twilight goes to bed right away. Rat, that leaves you if you had anything specific you wanted to do during this time.
So Wrath would take up the mantle of cooking for the night, and as he does so for the first 10 minutes or so, he's smoking on the same pipe that he had gotten Pious to smoke on the night before.
The pipe
and
of
all
remembrance.
and all of the smoke, it takes about 10 minutes, and it just lingers around him. And then before it activates, he'll take a shot of demon's blood real quick, and then look at Pious and say, I guess I owe you one, and take a deep puff off of it and blow out, and that's when the scene would activate.
Okay, go ahead and roll your Constitution save real quick. We will get that figured out.
Oof. 9.
You might have a hard time understanding the scene you're watching, then. You are having hallucinations and such, of course. It only lasts for 6 minutes, where it's just like this incredibly overwhelming hallucinatory state, and the bonuses.
1 minute longer than the... 1 minute longer than the pipe lasts for.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
You can't stop rolling minutes on that demon's blood. That's insane.
Nope.
Damn it.
And this would be more for everyone other than Twilight, who has gone to bed for the scenes. But you all do see, initially, the form of a massive sailing ship out on in a stormy sea. there seems to be some type of battle going on the ship, almost, between Wrath and what would appear to be the captain. Lightning bolts and Wrath flying up into the air, swords being blown, the captain throwing him overboard the ship, and then him just popping back up on the ship. Essentially, that whole battle that Wrath lived through in his dream. And it seems, for Wrath, what you can see in this and make sense of, it seems to be that same dream. But for you, it's a lot more vivid than just smoke.
Yeah,
it's almost like
he's
an out of
reliving
body.
it.
Yeah, it's almost like an out of body.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing the same scene as if you were there, but instead of being in your body, you're seeing it from above the ship instead. And it all seems to end after a strike of lightning knocks Wrath down into the water, and you see the large tentacles of the Kraken grab the ship and just drag it under. That is not the only scene, though, that plays. That does take probably about, 2.5 minutes total for what's going on. There's a lot of build-up with what seems to be Wrath running around the ship, bracing sails, helping steady his fellow crew and such before it gets to the battle itself. But then the next scene that plays... And Wrath, you can't really make heads or tails of what's going on, and you don't really remember it all that well. It seems to be a childlike version of you, like when you were young, still, wandering the streets. And it almost seems to fuzz out at points, where it skips certain key details of the scene, almost. And you come across what seems to be another child being beaten and kicked around by a bunch of more adult individuals. And where it seems to skip is the moment after you start running towards the scene and it stops and then picks back up immediately after the fact. The child is on the ground, clearly beaten up, and you are to some degree as well, but the men are gone when it comes back from that moment, the time skip. Almost like what actually happened hasn't been written yet.
Through all of this, Wrath just kind of collapses on the floor on his ass, staring up at all of this in this wide-eyed, I have no idea what's going on, I'm lost in this vision look on his face.
Wrath, are you alright?
I'm sure I will be.
Damn, Pious turned into a Southern Belle.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels right.
Are you alright down there, bud?
No, that's too much. That's too much on the dial. Sorry.
All right, Sally Mae. How's
My
Roxanne Billy, by the way?
You done falling on your bottom there, bud.
All right. Sorry. That's enough. Okay.
I'm sure I will be.
All right.
Figured
Only if you're sure.
Figured I'd owed you a peek into my past.
Wrath, you don't owe me anything.
No, it was wrong of me to take advantage of you yesterday.
But no, I didn't see it like that at all. I'm scared of my past. It's hard for me to face it. I think it's hard for all of us to face our past.
That's what I was trying to tell you. We've all done great things, but great doesn't always mean good. It's our choice. The things we do in the future.
No hard feelings.
Thank you.
There is one more scene, and it plays out pretty quickly in the smoke. And again, it's the large sailing ship, and there seem to be kraken tentacles off to the side, and you can all see Wrath looks increasingly frustrated, hunched over. It looks like he may be crying if it weren't made out of smoke and was more detailed. Before suddenly just a burst of something shoots out from him, hitting the kraken and just dislodging one of its tentacles from it, and the kraken sinks back into the sea. Before the smoke fades away and Wrath returns to a normal drunk state.
I don't know what happened.
Nothing a good meal and some rest might fix.
Quite possibly. He'll start to pick himself up, stretch a little bit, try to shake off the drunkenness as he goes back to cooking.
I want you to go ahead and roll a survival check with disadvantage.
Okay. That one, baby. We eating charcoal at night.
What's your total? You have a +5 on survival, right?
I do, yes. So 6 total.
A 6 isn't charcoal, but this is probably the most bland meal you have ever eaten. Wrath, did you still have meat in your inventory?
No, I assumed I was taking it out of Flowers because he had all of our ration.
He still had the wolf stuff. And that's why I was checking. It was where exactly it was coming from, because, yeah, the party still has some supplies. So Wrath, we are pulling... Where is it? It should be in the bag of holding, I believe. Captain Flowers. There it is. Meat, 1 pound.
There you go.
There's 3 pounds of meat left in your bag from... It was the wolf rations, essentially, that you'd brought, the salted meat. But that's all it tastes like. It's legitimately just, like, average quality meat that's been salted and nothing else. Some of the meat cooked up is a little overdone, not totally burnt to a crisp, and then some of it's also not quite cooked all the way. But it's not, like, lethal. It's just... It maybe is just slightly worse than a pack ration.
Well, Pious's standards are pretty low, so Pious enjoys it.
Wait, after that nat 20, I have for my steak. That okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not as good as that, but it's still Pious's third or second meal.
Second full meal.
Yeah.
Because you all hadn't really eaten before leaving camp in the morning. You had coffee, though. So if you consider coffee a meal...
Coffee gives me the shits.
Coffee and nicotine, baby. That's my breakfast.
Yeah, so it's not like the greatest meal, but it is sustenance. And it's still different than pack rations, which all of you probably got pretty tired of a long, long time ago.
Yes. I'm interested, and I'll look at Wrath. Can I try?
Try the pipe?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to wait till tomorrow, around this time.
Alright, dibs.
You're next.
Does the Pipe of Remembrance only work once a day? I didn't take a
It
good
does.
look at it.
Yep, once per dawn.
Alright, I'm gonna double check it, because I know I haven't gotten into territory that might be going against how it works, but with Nick, I might.
the pipe can't be used again this way until the next dawn.
So technically, you can do it in the morning before leaving.
Yeah, it's just such a good night activity.
That's true. That's true.
True,
We stay up until 3 o'clock.
Nick getting into Rat's bag after resting.
Technically.
So you get all this, you're resting, Twilight's asleep, and as you begin to go to bed, that lovely picture that Captain Flowers sent, that is his Steel Defender.
Oh shit! I thought that was a joke.
No, it's not.
Fuck's sake,
for
dude.
everyone listening here for the podcast, I don't really need to put a picture up. It's pretty straightforward when I tell you it's just Mecha Godzilla, but it stands 5.5 feet tall.
My fucking god, dude!
It's just Mecha Godzilla. Like, it's not like AI created Mecha. No, it's just Mecha Godzilla.
I fucking love this group so much, dude.
It's like the 1960s, 1970s original Mecha Godzilla at that.
Yeah.
Dude in a costume, fucking.
Yeah,
Oh
that's how
my
it
God.
looks. It has a tail that doesn't necessarily seem functional. So it works just like a normal Steel Defender does. And Captain Flowers, I'd like to reiterate, if you wanted to take the time, the same way as like designing the blueprints for the gun, which you didn't have time for tonight, you could take the time to try figuring out how to modify it to do things that normally a Steel Defender can't do, such as attaching the wings you have so it has flight, or a breath attack, or a functional tail.
I need to be clear that this thing is not the size of Mecha Godzilla, though, right?
No, it's about 5.5 feet tall.
Okay, like Captain Flowers didn't just like while we were walking, fucking build a Mecha Godzilla, and we were just
He built it onto himself as we were walking slowly. He was just increasing in size.
Just wait till we can see what he could do at level 20. Shit.
Yeah, no, it's only like 5.5 feet tall. He had built the lower half like last session's whole thing and debacle, and he finished building it tonight. So,
okay.
And it doesn't need to sleep, so it can keep watch as well.
Yeah, that's what I need is just me and my robots.
Yeah, we have 2 robots now that can keep watch.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, everyone can like get to bed, be sleeping, and Nick, around the time that you finish your trance, Twilight comes out of her room as you're heading over to sit with Pious, and is like, "Yeah, I'm taking watch. You can just keep resting."
Not how that works, but okay. I appreciate it, I guess. Okay. I guess the big thing for me right now is Pious. How, in lieu of your dream and everything else, how are you feeling with being Neri, being humanoid?
Well, it's definitely different. I feel things that I've never felt before. I have organs and toes and fingers. Well, I guess I had fingers before, but these are different. They got like little hard things on the end. It's weird.
Phalanges.
Bless you.
No, that's what they're called. Never mind.
Oh, sorry. I'm still new to this.
So
okay.
Pious, just quickly, is like you've had Pious has had several of these moments where it's like a word used that maybe you don't know. At times, potentially, Deuce's mind kind of throws out a definition or pictures, such as like the whole hooker discussion way back at the beginning.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Holy shit.
And for some reason, though, kind of as you're thinking about it and like the nuances of language, you get a slight flash of the Dr. Druindar again, going, no, Amy. MTF does not stand for male to female. I mean, it does, but in this instance, it means Mobile Task Force. And then, like, the memory just kind of ends.
Man, I'm still getting used to these flashbacks.
Yeah, memory is weird.
Yeah, I'm just
Especially
kind of used to it being on a hard drive.
Yeah. Yeah, the ability to just recall instantly compared to random thoughts and inputs just flowing through you. I could see that being a struggle.
And my emotions are stronger. When I cried, is that what that is? Is that what crying's like?
Yes.
It kind of felt good.
Crying can be cathartic.
Oh. Well,
Twilight,
it's just so
you
weird.
are kind of like out here as well with them, but as soon as you walked out, you saw Mecha Godzilla like standing over at the side, watching out where the like trees and shrubs had stopped, watching out that way.
Oh my god, I want to turn into it.
You want to turn into Mecha
I'm gonna try wild shooting myself into this creature.
I want you to roll a nature check for me with disadvantage.
Just becomes a T-Rex.
Oh shit.
Oh no, way too low a level for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's like level 20
That's
stuff.
my hopes up.
T-Rex?
Yeah, I want to be T-Rex.
I think T-Rex is like level...
It's a challenge 7, I believe, if not a challenge 6. Yeah, no, it's
Really?
possible with level 20. Yeah, it's a challenge 6, so you have to be level 18, Moon Druid specifically. Moon
yeah,
Druid,
but you
the
can
other ones can't
polymorph.
hit that high.
Oh yeah, polymorphism.
Two more levels and I can polymorph you into a T-Rex. We're fine.
Still need that nature skill check,
Yeah, I'm
though.
getting it.
While I double check a quick list. So while I'm double checking and Twilight's making the roll, Pious, Nick, you can continue with your role play.
Yeah, crying can be cathartic and sort of comforting for us.
It's different when you see someone crying. They look like they're in pain.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. But there's
yeah, it was kind of nice.
There's chemicals that get released. It's a lot. I would have to explain to you a lot of anatomy and.
No, that's okay. You don't have to.
My big thing is if you're comfortable and happy with doing this, continue. But the moment that it feels wrong or that it makes you uncomfortable, don't feel like you need to for us.
Well, all of you are all I have left.
I know.
So, if it benefits us in any way, I need to keep trying.
Yeah,
but I understand what you mean.
Yeah, if it becomes too much, being Neri is a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, yeah, I've learned that in the past 24 hours. Yeah, it's quite a bit. I don't know how y'all do it.
Yep.
So you hear a voice kind of being quiet. He hadn't reminded you to put him in his cupboard, and he kind of wanted to stay with you, is why. But the hermit does chime in. Pious, it does. It becomes a bit much, but you know you can rely on everyone here. I mean, I may not be good at it, but if you need help, you can ask me too.
I appreciate that. It's a lot harder to hate you when I have emotions.
Well, I appreciate that, but I won't hold it against you if you hate me. I've not been the best person.
Well, I've learned that nobody really is. We all just do our best. And sometimes that's all that matters.
Way past bedtime, though, baby. You need to start laying down, okay?
So, Twilight, your disadvantage still got you a 20 total, a dirty 20.
Nice.
Yeah, no, you replicate the form, but not as mechanical, of course. You are an organic, like, Godzilla. Like, normal Godzilla, that size. You have the Velociraptor stats currently.
Yes, I'm a dinosaur!
Love a girl.
And
How I
raptors are fairly fast, too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think their speed is like 60, isn't it?
I should just go back into Pious and say, how do you like me now?
as Dylan, I wish I had the ability to do illusionary terrain, and I just change everything into Tokyo from.
So it's a Velociraptor that I'm looking like?
Yep, that's the stats. Which you look like Godzilla, like normal Godzilla, just 5.5 feet tall. You have the stats of a Velociraptor. No, they only have a speed of 30. They're also tiny, so you're really big for a Velociraptor, actually.
So
if we
I have the
scaled...
intelligence of one.
No, you still have your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma as normal. But we would have to scale you up 2 size classes. You should have a speed of 50. Yeah.
Oh! Damn!
So yeah, she's Velociraptor roaring and probably running around the camp really quickly.
Just back and forth. No.
Yeah, and yeah, she comes up and tries to be like, Pious, how do you like me now? And all that comes out is
Oh, Twilight. You're so silly.
God, the like half Southern accent is killing me. No.
Is it okay? Is it not working?
No, it's fine. You do you, boo.
Oh shit! It just felt right. Damn it!
It's good.
You're not used to vocal cords, so you're talking differently than you do as a robot.
Yeah. Feels all weird in my human throat thing. My voice box.
Yeah, but the night goes pretty uneventfully from there. Nick, Pious, did either of you want to do anything more in the RP department?
No, that's it for right now, unless Pious had any questions or wanted to dig into anything.
No.
So one thing that's one thing that is interesting, Pious, is unlike last night, you didn't like fall asleep and drink. Like you went into normal sentry mode despite having this body.
Damn.
Like, it seems almost like it's something that either would be emotionally based, is something just beyond your control, like divine intervention, or maybe an active effort that you have to make.
I mean, I did get drunk last time I dreamt.
That's true.
Maybe tomorrow night.
Maybe tomorrow night. But now we're going to go over to Wrath, because you have another interesting dream.
Oh my.
Uh-oh.
You find yourself standing in the void. There's nothing. It's just all black at first. What do you do? And it's not Wrath, it's Lance. Lance is standing in the void.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, I didn't expect anyone to be here tonight. Interesting. May I ask your name? It's just a voice echoing out, almost like the voice of God speaking to you. I mean, not that epic, but...
It occurs to me that someone here might already know my name, so you tell me yours and I'll tell you mine.
Spoil all the fun, why don't you? Normally I save it for if one of my little playthings makes it up to the chapel, but so be it. My name's Astaroth.
Sounds biblical. Lance, much less so.
Well, if you're here, that means you fit the requirements to play my game. The rules are simple. Just climb. You fall, you die.
And if I don't want to play?
Whether you want to or not, you can choose to forfeit. Like I said, failure results in death.
It's not much of a choice now, is it?
Some people choose that latter option, but I can understand your feelings on the matter.
So what am I climbing? I don't see anything.
As you ask the question, you see what looks almost like a tower of blocks start to form in front of you, going up hundreds of feet. Each block is about 4 feet wide. It's 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet. And most of them seem to have this almost demonic face icon on their front face. And leading up from you, they seem to be set up like 2 steps, and then it just mostly turns into a wall. And the voice then starts to explain the game. So, you just have to climb the tower. Most of the blocks are movable, those ones with the demons' faces. You can pull them, you can push them, you can move them however you need to, make staircases, ladders, whatever. But those blocks that are black, those ones don't move. There are some special blocks otherwise. If you make it through tonight, I'll likely see you again, and I'll explain whichever special features occur. You'll also find items now and again as well that can help you along the way. But you should see them and know exactly what they do. You're on a timer. Just make your way up.
That's it then.
It's a simple game, don't you think?
Simple death, don't you think? And I'll just walk away with that and try to do as he asks, or he or she asks.
Alright, so as you're looking at it and you're seeing the blocks placement here, you notice that there seem to be a couple of, like, sheep standing on hind legs. They each stand about, like, 5.5 to 6 feet tall. One up on some stair-like blocks off to the left, and one over to the right. As you're looking and seeing the different ways you can pull out these blocks to climb, you know that either way you're going to get close to one of them, and you have the realization that if you're playing this game, there may be other players as well. And that their goal is to not fall off either. One of them looks highly aggressive, the one to the right. It looks like that one may try to attack you if you come near it, and the other seems very scared. You don't know how it may react. Which way do you want to go up?
How high up are these? The sheep?
They look like they're probably about 40 feet up each. A little bit different, so somewhere between 30 and 50. They're not perfectly at the same lake level.
I'll shout up to them. Hey, do you understand me?
The sheep that looked like it was cowering a bit doesn't seem to respond, but does seem to flinch. And the other one looks down towards you and screams, "If you get in my way, I'll fucking kick you off. I'm not gonna die here."
Okay, then I'll go the path of the cowering one. But slowly, not trying to not be aggressive, I guess. I don't know how you can climb and not be aggressive.
Alright, as you get up towards him and you can see kind of the layout of where the blocks are up here, it becomes apparent that you can't go past without, like, going through where he is.
Just look up. Yep, go. Come on. Trying to nudge him along.
So for whatever reason, you can't get him to move. He seems far too scared, and he even resists, like, moving from this position. And you do get a flash of thought, almost as if, like, rules are being put into your head, that if needed, you're expected to potentially push other sheep off this tower. To survive, it may be the only way.
Can I pull enough of the things below myself and the sheep to make a small platform that I'd be able to maybe pull them down to?
Unfortunately not. It's almost like a linear 5x5 or like single square movement across the path you took up. To go around him, you'd have to go back down and come up the other path towards the more aggressive one, which it looks like you may be able to maneuver around him.
And he's just static also. He's not actually making progress up.
No, he's not making any progress up. He almost seems to be pacing the path back and forth.
Well, I'm not gonna die. I'll try not to dislodge them, but get past them regardless. Use my body weight to push past this sheep.
As you do, you slip on him slightly. Despite the fact that he's like a sheep, it feels more like you're putting your feet on slick skin. And he goes down off of the side, and you notice that the blocks below are starting to fall away as well.
Hey, yep, time to go.
As this happens and you begin moving again, it's almost like you're recalling a memory, a thought, and you kind of fall away from the space for a few seconds. And you're seeing the scene from third person, as you're seeing Little Wrath out on the streets, abandoned, very lanky, looks like he hasn't been eating much, his clothes are torn up. And he approaches another child, and the other child seems to have some bread, and Wrath starts kind of pushing him around, shoving him, and trying to take the bread from him, ultimately beating him up slightly and taking the food for himself before running off.
Streets are hard. He had to do what he had to do.
You can tell now from your path options, there seems to be 3 different ways you could get up from here. One of them leads to what appears to be an energy drink of some kind. The next one looks like it has some type of glowing white block, and the third one has another scared sheep that seems to not be obstructing the path like this first one, but he still isn't moving. And then more of these like rules flash in your head. The energy drink, you can tell that if you drink it, you'll be able to go up like 2 blocks in height. You'd be able to jump high enough to be able to grab the second one and pull yourself up. Unlike these other ones that you can't quite do that if 2 of them were stacked vertically. The white block, you can tell, will create a 3x3 grid space, creating distance outward in all 4 directions, widening the path in those circumstances.
Okay.
Which way do you want to go up? There's energy drink, white block, and scared sheep.
We'll go white block.
As you climb up the path and you get to the white block, you take it in your hands and it kind of disappears, but you know that if you choose to recall and use it, it'll do what it's supposed to.
Okay.
And as you take it in, you get another flash of memory in third person. Again, Little Wrath, and he seems to be scattering around the town at night, nowhere to go, his stomach rumbling, all alone. And he can see a couple of other little street urchin kids over in the distance. In another, he sees a kind of like a food vendor stand, and at the moment it's unoccupied. But he can also see another house, an abandoned one, out in the distance. And Little Wrath begins heading out to that building to bunker down for the night. Then you flash back. And as you start climbing, you realize you're going to have to use that white block to create enough space to start pulling out more blocks and continue upwards. But regardless of which direction you go, you can see that one direction has a black block very similar to that white one. And this one seems to make those black blocks, it turns them into the white one so that they can be moved. And you also see what appears to be a Bible of some kind over another direction. And you know that what that'll do is knock other aggressive individuals in your path off of the tower. And you can tell that whichever way you go, you're going to have to use the item picked up to get around a sheep that's up above. There's a single sheep pacing the area. Do you head up to use the black block to try changing the block so you can get around it, or do you pick up the Bible so you can just knock the sheep out of the way?
Black block.
So you climb up, and the sheep does almost seem to catch you as you're trying to pull the blocks out and get up. And as you're continuing to head up and climbing, you can see the top of this block tower now. And you see that there's a bell with a rope at the top. And you have another flash of memory from the third person. And you see the scene from earlier, from the smoke. Little Wrath running to this kid, and the adults kind of around him, beating him up. And Wrath runs up and doesn't seem to notice that there's a sword on the ground as he does, and runs right past it to the aggressors and begins trying to fight back, punch, and defend this child. only to get knocked to the ground and kicked in the face and knocked out just like the other child, before it snaps back and you find yourself at the top of this tower with the bell and the rope. And you get another flash of the rules. When you pull it and ring the bell, it'll open up the path to the next area, essentially. And that's how you win a level.
Looking around, there's nothing else up here.
Nope, nothing else is up here.
Think about it for a moment, just trying to key those memories that I just saw in my head, and then ring the bell.
When you ring the bell, more blocks appear, leading up and further up to a door. The door opens as you approach it, and you're enveloped by a blinding light and find yourself on almost an island-like rock platform above all of it. And there is a confession booth over at the other end, with pews set up along the rock island.
Ugh. Reminds me of my childhood. Start just looking around.
You don't really find anything of particular note as you look around. It seems like there may be something in, like, the pastor's, someone, not something, in the pastor's side, but the door is locked, and you get no response from whoever may be in there. The confessional side, the door is open. The pews are empty, they're broken down slightly, but they look like if you sat in them, they'd hold up.
Alright then, I'll play your game. And I'll go into the confessional side and sit down and say, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned, and apparently I need you to tell me it's okay."
Well, of course ye have sinned, my boy. But I have one question for you tonight. Why couldn't ye behave when you were younger?
I behave perfectly fine.
As you
I think your question... Yeah.
Oh, keep going. If you had more to say, keep going.
I think your question is maybe for someone else.
You don't get a response back to that statement, but you can feel some amount of disappointment coming from the other side, and the voice does seem almost familiar, but you can't quite place it. Before it all kind of fades out, and you wake up. Back, you and Wrath, wake up, and it's the morning again. Everyone, you're in camp, waking up, and the day is getting started.
Before leaving his room space, Wrath will sit in his bedding for a little while and just meditate on the stone on his hand. Probably about 30-45 minutes of doing this.
Go ahead and roll an insight check for me.
Ooh, 23.
You get the feeling as you wake up, you and Wrath both, the memories and like that section where it skipped when you were looking at the smoke cloud almost seem to just come into focus, as if finally the story has been written.
Last week I asked you to eat my balls.
I did not mean to hit that.
Alright.
You realize that last week, no. Whoops.
Oh, God.
But as if the story is finally being written, and you kind of have that understanding that maybe this dream was more about writing the past and the exact details of how certain things happened in your life, in Wrath's life, and moments to reflect on and remember. that the confession booth may have been less about confessing your sins and more about an opportunity to reflect on the circumstances of his life and why he's acted the way he has and why he made the choices he made.
He'll just... Both of us will brew on that for a little while.
And to let you know, I'm adding the questions and your answers to your notes section, so you'll be able to go back and review them as well.
Cool, thank you.
How about everyone else? The morning's getting started, and Wrath seems to be a bit preoccupied and staying in his room for a while.
Which is odd for him. He's normally one of the first ones to leave.
Pious is going to go check on him.
Alright, we will resolve them after I kind of get what everyone is doing. Captain Flowers, is there anything you're doing as you're getting up? Anything specific?
I'm going to be making some breakfast.
What are you going to be making?
I'm going to be using the rest of what I have for meat and try to make it a sausage.
Going to make sausage as best you can out of that last 3 pounds of meat?
Yep.
Alright, you can go ahead and, well, I removed it. Hopefully it sticks. Finished removing the meat from your inventory. I don't know why, but your character sheet doesn't always let me update properly. It's friggin' weird. Okay, it updated. Go ahead and roll a survival check for that to see how well you can turn the meat into sausage. Tempest, how about you? Are you doing anything specific or just kind of the normal getting ready for the day stuff?
Come on.
Is there still fresh snow on the ground?
Yes, it seemed to stop snowing in the middle of the night, but there is now... I have to look at the dice rolls real quick.
That's when our dice are.
What did I roll? What did I roll? Where is it? There seems to be about 5 inches total of new snow, so it's about 7.5 inches deep.
Okay. I want to check to see if anyone or anything was snooping around last night.
Go ahead and roll a perception check for me real quick. Captain Flowers, they're basically sausage patties in the end. You couldn't quite figure out how to do the links for some reason. But you do basically get sausage patty-shaped meat. They're closer to hamburger size than little sausage patties, though.
Perfect for chewing on.
Yeah, you're able to do that and get it all cooked up. Tempest, 18 perception. You notice that there seems to be vine-like streaks in the snow coming up to as close as 60 feet away from behind the camp, where no one was really keeping an eye out the night before. And it looks almost like something like dragged through. Didn't really step, it just slid across and then it slid away again.
Yeah, I'm gonna share that with everyone. There's something was moving around last night.
Alright, back over to... Let's go over to Nick. Nick, what are you doing? You notice Pious is getting up to go in and check for Wrath, and Tempest has started kind of wandering around the camp while Captain Flowers is starting up the fire again to cook.
I am actually looking at my wand of the War Wizard, or the War Mage, wand of the War Mage that I got, and my Staff of Power, and I'm thinking about combining the two.
Alright, just because I may not have done a very great job about explaining, or the way I wrote it out in the document, it'd basically be enchanting the Staff of Power up, and the enchantment you're putting on it is a +1 bonus from the Wand of the War Mage. So for mechanical purposes, You can't do it yet just because the Staff of Power
Yeah,
is
it'd
already
be
over.
20. Yeah, it would be 20k gold to do it. That's what I was looking at. Was like, do I have 20k gold to be able to do this right now? Because if we convert,
Well, the Staff of Power is a very rare, which makes its cost equal to 20k. If one of the War Mage is an uncommon, that would take it up to a legendary item. So it'd be the 100k
oh, it'd be the
value of that
100k.
minus 20k, so 80k total price.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to enchant legendary, which isn't until like I think level 15 is what I have on there. Level 15 or level 17. I think it's 15 though. So it's going to be a while before you can make enchant the Staff of Power up. Just because it's already, you can only do up to rare, and it's a very rare to start before it even goes up.
Okay, then what are the... I did not get a rarity on the Robes of the Fallen.
The Robes of the Fallen. Let me double check. I believe Armor of the Fallen is a uncommon.
Uncommon, yes.
Yeah. So that starts as an uncommon, and then whatever enchantment you want to put on it, basically, is what we'd calculate with. But being uncommon, you can take it up one step, so you could put on a common or an uncommon enchantment. Currently.
Okay, so then, yeah, I want to combine my Robes of the Fallen with the boots that I purchased, the winged boots.
Let me double check them real quick. Uncommon requires attunement. Okay, so the item will require attunement since any of the enchantments do.
Yep, both of them require attunement.
Yeah, so let's see, going up to a rare is 2,000 gold normal cost, minus the 200 for that, 1,800 gold. And you would have Winged Robes of the Fallen. You still have the Winged Boots, though, because you're not actually combining the items. You're just putting a new enchantment on the robes.
Oh, then I can sell the wing boots back or not bother buying the wing boots if we want to do it that way.
So you already had the winged boots. You can get half price for them. So
Sure.
100 gold back for it, which would make your actual cost 1,700 gold when the math pans out in the cash register.
Yeah, I just got to convert some copper and silver over, but I'm sure I've got plenty.
Yeah, so just total 1,700 gold value taken out, and then you have Winged Robes of the Fallen, and the Winged Boots are gone from your inventory.
Okay. But now I can fly. So it has the text from the Winged Boots built into it.
Yes,
Okay.
it has both the Robes of the Fallen and the Winged Boots, total properties, attunement requirements, and it is now a rare magic item as well.
Hell yeah. All right, that was all of my morning concerns, and then I will help clean up because that's what I'm good at.
All right, and of course, all of you can pretty much see Nick doing their purchases and such. Why did I? Ah, there it is. I was trying to find it in there so I could adjust it to Winged Robes of the Fallen on your character sheet here.
Yep.
I'm guessing you're going to take the time to attune to it also?
Yeah, I will also take the time to attune, so that way Steve is back in my brain, and I have both of those things now.
Alright, Steve.
So
I don't know what's going on with Steve yet, but you leave Steve alone.
as you reattune, you hear his voice and go, "Huh? There seems to have been a change. I feel like I should tell you. I think I can grant you flight now. Also, my name's Icarus. How did that change?" That's so weird. What just happened?
I'm just now going to refer to you as Icarus's cloak.
Hot! Too close! Too close!
Don't fly too close to that sun now. Especially not the farmer's son. I mean...
What?
Yeah, okay. So we have Captain Flowers, Nick, Pious and Wrath are going to have a moment, Tempest, Twilight, what about you? What are you doing as the morning gets started? You ran around for like an hour as Godzilla. You're not Godzilla anymore as everyone's getting up, though.
So, nothing happened last night to me?
No, nothing happened. And, Tempest, you would have seen that there were just, like, footprints all around the area, but they look like Mechagodzilla's footprints. Which is what the Steel Defender is named. If you want to talk to it, you refer to it as Mechagodzilla.
Okay.
Captain Flowers would have told you its name.
Sure. I'm glad to see you've completed it. Hope you're working on the gun now.
So yeah, Twilight, what are you doing then this morning?
I have no idea.
Just doing the normal then, I guess. Just helping
I
clean
guess
up,
my
make
normal
food,
routine.
whatever. All right.
Oh, actually, I do actually want to go and try to find like a kind of like a animal friend.
You want to go find? You want to try to find an animal friend?
Yeah.
Roll a
I'm
survival
feeling
check.
kind of low.
Okay, go ahead and roll a survival check, and then roll an animal handling check. And we'll go over to Pious and Wrath now, and we'll get back to Twilight shenanigans later. So yeah, Pious, you are approaching the door to see what's up with Wrath, since he's not up like normal.
Hold on.
What was that, Pious?
Sorry, hold on just a second. Wrath.
Yes, come in. Inside, you just see a Wrath hunched over in his bedding, kind of cupping one hand in the other, looking down at his palm before you enter, and he looks up at you. I'm sorry, is there something wrong?
That's what I was going to ask you. Are you alright?
Had a lot to think about, Pious.
Haven't we all?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, do you want to talk about it?
I need to make something very clear. Was that knocking one of you guys in your soundboard?
Yeah,
yes.
Oh my god, that fucked with my head so bad.
Sorry.
Real?
I'm taking on the real RP kind of shit.
I legit thought that somebody just banged on my wall, and I was like, what the fuck just happened?
God, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I would just like stood up out of my office and rushed out because like the wall on the other side of my office is another room, but nobody goes in there. Like nobody goes in that.
It's a ghost.
I'm like the fucking house is haunted, guys.
This is how the horror movie starts.
My fault.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Okay. No. Okay.
I don't know what to talk about. It's, we've all done things that we're not proud of, and we've all tried to make amends for that, but in the end, does it even matter?
Sounds like a song.
No. It does not define us as long as we let it. We grow as beings as we age and go through this life. But I feel as though it is easier with company.
Of course, I appreciate our group as a whole, even the ones who get into trouble. It helps having everyone around.
I just wanted to make sure you were okay.
I appreciate it. I think I'm fine. I just have questions that nobody seems to have an answer to.
I know the feeling.
But I must be late, otherwise you wouldn't be coming to get me. Let's get things going, shall we?
Yes, let's.
And as he'll go to walk out, he'll just put one hand on Pious' shoulder and kind of grip it a little tighter than normal. I don't know if you'd even feel it right now, but just...
He would understand the gesture, at least.
Yeah. Thank you, friend.
And Pious can definitely feel. Those sensors are important.
That's true. But yeah, he'll just say, thank you, friend. It means a lot having everyone around. You especially.
Just don't go anywhere. We have a lot to do.
Well, we're all going somewhere. To the end of the Highroad to get rich, right?
Haha! All of those ball bearings. I'm so excited.
But imagine what you could eat in your other form.
Oh, you're right.
There's a whole new treasure hoard out there, and it's made of food.
Oh my god.
And like steam starts like coming out of his fucking mouth and like ears. He's like super excited.
Yeah, once everyone's done, Wrath will collapse the card house.
Alright, Justin, this is you out of game. I have a question for you, because I want to verify lines, veils here for you. I know you're not great with spiders. How far can I go with spiders here in the campaign? I know you're okay with, like, okay, there's cobwebs, you see spiders, but would, fighting spiders be okay? Would having a pet spider in the group be okay? I'm asking because of Twilight's rolling.
Absolutely.
If you jump scare me, I will come to Colorado and punch you.
Just to get him here.
Yeah, because this is also a little bit more intense than typical roleplay with the inclusion of spiders, because you're trying to roleplay out, like, you physically being there. So, like, I don't want it to be too much for in-game, out-of-game, either way, for both Justin perspectives. So I don't want to give her a giant spider, which would be like 5 feet tall, and take up a whole 5-foot square if you think that would be too much.
Oh, please.
Don't jump scare me. Don't let me get eaten.
I have a secondary choice that's just as good and not in the spider category. I just don't want to push you.
What's the second choice?
A fox. A white furred fox. But I'm
If
leaving
you want
it up
the
to
spider, you
Captain
can have the spider.
Flowers, so
You can have this. You can have the spider if you want to.
I think I'll go with the fox if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah.
Doesn't make a difference to me.
Perfect.
yeah,
The
so
spider would be badass, but
So yeah,
like
you find a little fox bouncing around out there in the snow. It seems to be just playing by itself. It is full grown. It's an adult. It's not like it's a child or anything. And you manage to coax it to like go with you. It's okay enough following you at the moment, but it may choose to wander off. It's a fox. It doesn't seem to be giving a crap about like a family or anything. It's just out on its own. And it's like, oh sure, it'll be fun to follow you. We'll do that because you start trying to play with it and everything, and you entertain it. So yeah, around the time like the house is being collapsed, food is done being cooked, and everyone's just about ready to leave, other than actually eating. Twilight comes back into camp, followed by. Well, actually, Twilight, would you have the fox following you? Would you be like holding it like a baby, or have it like over your
Holding
shoulder
it.
like a cat?
However it wants to be. Like, if it wants to be held, then yeah.
We will roll a d4 real quick.
I would prefer it touching me, but
It enjoys being held like a baby. It's not quite sure about it at first, but it's okay with it after a moment and finds that to be the comfortable holding position. So yeah, Twilight comes walking back with a white-furred fox in her arms, carrying it like a baby. And it's full-grown, too. So it's definitely bigger than a house cat.
Has anyone seen me yet?
Well, that's what everyone's saying as you walk back into camp.
Perfect. Before anybody sees me, I'm gonna totally change back into that, I want to say it's the
Godzilla?
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
It's Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzilla. Yeah, I'm...
Mini Godzilla. You won't
Yeah,
be able
I'm
to
going
carry the
back to
fox
Godzilla.
like that. Just your arms
Huh?
aren't long. Your arms aren't long enough to carry the fox's Godzilla, so the fox will have to be following you if you're turning back into
That's fine.
Godzilla. So yeah, you see Godzilla walking into the camp, followed by a white fox. Everyone.
That's a new one.
This group gets weirder and weirder.
You're telling me.
You talk about penguins. You're the weirdest one.
But the penguins are real, I'm telling ya!
Until I see one.
They're real, I'll prove it to ya! And then you won't mock me anymore.
Well, when the day comes, you can shoot it with this new invention you'll make one day.
Deal.
Haha. I'm good.
Alright, I was just double checking if the Steel Defender had a telepathic connection to Captain Flowers. It does not. It cannot speak, but it understands language.
Here.
So it just makes boop beep noises that are unintelligible. But as Twilight's coming into the camp, it's just like boop boop beep boop boop, like trying to tell everyone something about Godzilla, or maybe speaking to Godzilla. You not completely sure.
Oh my god, I should totally be speaking to it.
Just roaring at it. Are you gonna eat your breakfast as Godzilla then? The party seems fairly unaffected and uncaring about Godzilla. They're like, yeah, that's Twilight.
Obviously, this is not working out! You guys are ruining my plan! I'm just gonna pop in some good berries and call it good.
Oh, don't send pictures of sausage, Captain Flowers.
Yarr, me sausage burgers. Not yet made out of penguin. I'll get to that.
One day.
One day, I will get him. His head will be mine. Yarr.
Alright, yeah, so everyone finishes up breakfast. You're getting ready to head out now. Tempest is telling you and pointing out the tracks where it looks like the plants may have come with about 60 feet away from the back of the camp as well. And you can still see them out in the distance when you start taking a look, basically the same direction you had before.
Hmm.
The plants are still there?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, they are still following. They stayed overnight, and they seem to have possibly come pretty close to the camp, but they didn't come all the way up.
Mm.
They're sneaky buggers, whatever they are.
Should we just burn them now?
I was gonna say, should we do a preemptive strike?
They're not hurting us. Let's keep going.
How far from the camp did they get?
They came about 60 feet from the backside of your little castle, your card castle, the opposite side from where the watch was being kept.
That's too close for comfort.
But they're not doing anything. Let's just keep going.
They're not doing anything yet.
Yet, right. My little friend
Right,
here saw
I
them
sort of
devouring
fight.
a rabbit. I'm pretty sure if they got a hold of any of us, they'd try to do the same.
Right, but they're not really doing anything yet, so let's just keep going. Why start a fight that doesn't belong to us?
Because they're close enough to start that fight.
And also, it's better for us to start the fight than them start the fight.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like being followed.
I agree.
Yeah.
Who are you working for, Plant? Wrath just shakes his fist in anger.
Roll an intimidation check for me real quick.
Okay.
Fuck yeah.
Fucking tell them, dog.
18.
18?
Yeah.
Alright. Sorry, I'm just looking at the stats and realizing that somehow these things are not immune to being charmed and frightened. You can actually scare these plants. These unintelligent plants.
You can
Well, in
scare the
that case,
plants.
I guess I could use my
Wow.
Godzilla form and intimidate them that way.
They're actually way more intelligent than I thought. They're just as intelligent as the pseudo-dragons. Which is really friggin' weird. Okay, you notice that a shrub about, like, 70 feet, 80 feet away just starts, like, shaking.
That's right. Fear me!
I think it's shivering or shaking. You scared it.
I shivered its timbers?
You shivered its timbers.
Arr.
Yarr.
Oh, God.
Oh, best puns are the
There's
worst
our
ones.
Warren.
Let's, they're 60 feet away?
That one that was shivering is about 70 feet away. And you've gone kind of a little bit past the camp, so it's like 100 feet away from where the card castle was set up.
I could move closer and cast a spell at it. What do you guys think?
Why don't you let me intimidate it?
Alright, go for it, Mecha.
Alright, I'll do it.
Wild Shape... I keep forgetting. Wild Shape comes back on a short rest, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
so if you
I think it
Wild Shape
depends,
again,
right?
that'll be your second one.
Yeah.
It might depend on the circle. I don't know. I know wildfire does.
The moon circle, none of the circles change how often you get your wild shapes back.
Okay. That I just wasn't sure of that.
Yeah, I think high level moon gets unlimited, whereas the others don't. They might all
I
get
think that is
unlimited
correct.
eventually, but
No, I'm pretty sure you're right. Moon gets unlimited wild shape at one point.
Yeah, Moon gets unlimited later, like way late levels.
So do I need to roll an intimidation?
Yeah, go ahead and roll an intimidation. Oh shit, I misunderstood Wild Shape's duration. Its number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down, which currently is 1 hour, but still.
Yeah.
I gotta remember that for the future, because eventually it's gonna be multiple hours.
Level 10, 5 hours, dude.
Yeah, when you finish a short or a long rest, that's base Wild Shape. So this is your second Wild Shape, and you will be out of said Wild Shapes if full long rest or short rest isn't recovered. 12 intimidation. The bush does not respond to your roars and attempt to scare it.
I don't think it understood you. If you tried roaring louder at it.
Tempest, be my guest. You try.
I'm not. What?
I just volunteered you to try.
Wait, aren't you a raptor, though?
Yeah, you're currently Godzilla and just, like, barking at her, well, roaring at her. And Tempest apparently understands Godzilla.
Apparently.
No, that's why I'm all like, what? It's just a bunch of noise coming out. What does she want me to do?
I just start jumping up and I start pointing at them.
The only thing I can offer is hitting them with this.
How far away is the closest one?
About 70 feet away from you. The rest of them all seem to be that, like, 320 yards away, roughly.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Chilling Touch on the closest one, which is 120 feet.
Is that a DC or a to hit?
To hit.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
That's a nat 20.
Yo.
So 31 total?
I mean, nat 20 is an automatic hit, so go ahead and roll your critical damage.
Seven, 12? But for crits, how are we handling?
Roll twice as many dice.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2d8 rather than the 1d8. So yeah, 12 damage total.
It wilts and freezes over and kind of just slumps a bit.
Yeah, froze it.
Yeah, it seems kind of dead.
I think you killed it.
You unalived it. How dare you?
It is now dead.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, with something like that, then, I don't think it's going to be very strong.
You all notice another bush about 20 feet away from it seems to slowly, almost like inching away from you all, but it's making a bit of noise as its leaves are rustling and it's trying to back off.
And
Pious
there'd be
flips
another
it
one.
off.
You better rustle away.
And then his finger extends.
That's
because he's
right.
a robot.
Rustle right on out of here.
So as you're basically all intimidating it, it stops trying to be slow and just kind of like runs as fast as an awakened shrub can.
There
All
rustling
right.
goes. Yarr.
I think we sent our message.
Continuing on then.
Yep.
Yeah, fuck them plants.
Yeah.
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 All right. Yeah, as you continue traveling, they're following you still. But is there anything specific people want to do through the day of travel? Such as Captain Flowers working on the gun design.
I want to get to know my fox.
What do you want to do,
There.
Twilight?
I want to
Yeah,
get to know my fox. Get to know my fox.
So you want to burn a spell slot to be able to talk to it?
Sure.
Do. Go ahead and roll an animal handling check as well. Captain Flowers, you need to roll a... Which one of those knowledges is most relevant to engineering? Arcana. You need to roll Arcana, because Arcana is the maths and stuff.
The maths and stuff. Great.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an Arcana check. Oh, why do I have things closed that shouldn't be closed? Oh no! Captain Flowers got a 4. Delightful. Twilight, you're natural 1 and a 7. You don't really get much. It's just like, I'm a fox. I like to play. Yay! You spend hours trying to get it to like understand and open up, but it's not quite getting it. It's not that smart. And Captain Flowers, you rolled low enough that it is going to take a day and a quarter, so you'll get it done a part of the way through tomorrow.
I just want to make it really nice. Take my time.
Yeah, it's going to take up your camp time as well as the day's travel, and then a little bit of tomorrow as well.
Want to make sure it works. Yeah, that's what I want to do. What do you think, Mechagodzilla? Okay, yeah, that's right.
I mean, beep! Forgot which Godzilla it was. How about Tempest? Anything specific as you're being still followed from a distance and Twilight and Captain Flowers are doing their thing?
I'm gonna hold back, kind of just keep my focus on them at this point.
Keep your focus on the plants?
Yeah.
Alright. Wrath, how about you?
Wrath is just trying to make sure we're not going to walk into some kind of ambush. So he's focused on paying attention to like where we're going, possible spots that we could get surprised at, things like that.
Alright. Pious, how about you?
Pious is doing the same. He's scanning where we're going.
Alright, and Nick.
I'm keeping an eye on the plants. I don't trust them.
Alright, so we got 4 of you keeping focus on the plants. Nick, you're making some amount of progress on the book, like still kind of like working on your spell a little bit here and there as you're going over the next several hours. And, but you're still kind of focusing as well. To finish getting your day's worth of time on the spell, you'll have to use the remainder of your camp time before bed tonight. But you all notice after about like 3-4 hours that the road kind of thins down again, back from like that 40 feet wide that's been since the tower, and slims back down to about 15 feet across, and the trees start to get thick again. The trees also start to become palm pine hybrids again, like they did at the beginning of the road. And because it's becoming more dense of a forest, you're starting to lose track of the plants in the distance that have been following you. You're starting to think you probably won't get a good chance to ambush them, but if you keep going, they might have a chance to ambush you.
I'll point this out to everyone. If we're gonna get rid of them, we should do it before they jump on us.
Oh. Are you talking about the plants again?
Yeah, sorry.
Hmm.
Could have penguins in them, you know.
Hey, yes, we should definitely kill them then.
I mean, I guess they are a threat to the Highroad as far as we can tell, correct? They're clearly tracking us.
They're annoying me. That's good enough at this point.
The hermit actually chimes in and is like, well, what I know of plants and ones that come to life, there are spellcasters like you, Nick, who can use magic and make them come to life. But sometimes when forests need protectors, like there's not enough of them, sometimes they awaken on their own to keep it safe.
But they might have penguins in them.
They might be penguins in them. And then they might also consider us a threat, even if it is the forest just trying to protect itself. I don't know, but if it's the latter and they're supposed to be guardians, maybe they'll leave people alone if the people don't do anything harmful.
I mean, we froze one of them to death.
I told you guys. I told you to leave them alone.
But you didn't know.
If only we could talk to them somehow.
You know, I never hear myself say this, but I'm kind of on the hermit side here.
Well, I'm just throwing out possibilities. I don't know which one's the truth. It's a gamble as far as I can tell.
It is good enough for me.
Don't overdo it.
Penguins, guardian bushes.
What's
They're
the
penguins. One's more edible than the other.
Well, yeah, I guess you have a point there.
Just say the word,
What's
and I will kill them all.
So we have Pious going with party vote. And Twilight's vote is to leave them be. Captain Flower's vote is to kill them because they might be penguins.
Sure.
Wrath, what's your vote? Right now we're sitting at a tie.
He does not like being followed.
Just on principle being followed, you want to go deal with them?
Yeah, probably try a less violent approach first, but yeah, handle the situation. Stop following us.
Nick, what's Nick's vote? Uh-oh, do we have a muted Dylan again?
Raggy.
Yeah, we got a muted Dylan.
Whoa.
Fuck Discord and its stupid. Ugh. Yeah, I'm for the group, but I want to try something first to test the hermit's theory.
What is the test?
I'm going to calmly and open palm. I will let everybody know I'm doing this first before I just do it. Like, let me try something first. And the moment you see aggression, we'll attack. Fair?
Fair enough.
Sounds good.
And being as calm as possible, I will walk towards the plants. Without showing any aggression or any hostility as best I can. And try and walk through them.
When you get about halfway to them, just because they're so far out, they start to back off in a way.
Alright, the moment that I see that that's their reaction or the reaction that we get, that's it. I'll walk back to the group and go, yeah, they're not being hostile towards us. They seem to be avoiding a fight or avoiding doing anything. I think we should continue to keep an eye on them while we sleep. But outside of that, I think we're okay to kind of let them be for right now.
How far are we from when we first killed the one bush?
You've gone about 16 miles at this point.
We're well away from it.
Yes, you had traveled for about 3 hours previously, and then like another 4 now, which brings you to about 28 miles these things have been following you.
Persistent little fuckers.
If they're penguins, they would have already attacked.
I kind of want to go back and place cure wounds on that plant.
Oh, it's dead. That thing was
It's gone.
straight up unalived. It did not move at all as you left.
You know what? I think that's a good idea. You should go back and do... I'm just kidding. Don't leave. Don't leave.
Wrath, roll me a perception check real quick.
Sure. Perception.
Because you've been the one most aware and paying attention to these things the whole time.
22.
You think you see a slight purple glint of light off one of them.
Did anyone see that?
See what?
I'll start moving towards where I saw that.
It seems to be one of the shrubs or trees off in the distance seem to have this purple glint off of it for a moment.
It had something shiny, purple, on it.
Did it look like the torment fragment?
It did seem to be a similar shade of purple.
Same color. I couldn't get a good look at what it actually was, though. And he'll just start walking towards this thing.
Another licking rock.
That is too similar for my comfortability. Is that a word?
Don't
It
knock
is
it
now.
until you try it.
It is. Yes, it is now. Fuck it.
Hey, once you lick one, it's always great times.
God damn it.
Let's eat the madness.
I wish I had like a soundboard recording software. I would have fucking snatched that phrase. Once you lick it. Oh, I need to look into that.
I'm gonna have to go back, like since I have all of this saving to my computer as it's putting it up on the live stream. I'm gonna have to find that point in the episode, which is hopefully I'll remember about 2.5 hours in, because then I can just clip it out. I keep forgetting to do this with clips to put up on the channel.
Yes.
Now I want Captain Flowers to make me a bop it, but I wanted to randomly just say lick it.
Lick it.
shit.
Whistle it.
Pull it. Bop it. Lick it.
Grr.
Lick it good.
Oh
Lick it
shit!
real good. Lick it again.
Whoa.
Oh god.
Okay. New note file made to remind me to lick this.
May I
I have a note
create?
to remind me to that. May you create what?
I want to create where was it? It's I want to create a way to change the environment where it's not harmless. Like I can create a harmless environment.
Well, that's like difficult terrain to not difficult terrain, and you can't really do that with snow. Technically, you're all slowed down movement already, which is the same as difficult terrain. Technically, you're in difficult terrain. But it's only a small space, and it's within a certain range, and you can only do that on dirt, because it's mold earth.
Who would have thought?
I think I might have an idea. I just had a brain blast.
Brain blast.
Is that like a colon blow?
What is a colon? Never mind. I have just seen one in my eyes. I really hate this person in my head.
Something no one wants to think of, but now you all get to think of because words are fun. Chipotle enema.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. Who is the stealthiest of all of us?
You?
No,
I don't think so.
definitely not.
Not
Definitely
even
not.
close.
I can get around unseen every now and then.
We are in snow, correct?
Yes.
You're.
What
Well,
if
technically we're in water, but it's water that is kind of frozen a little bit. So
right?
Let's say snow.
yeah,
So snow. Yes.
water.
What if one of us, gets behind me and covers themselves in a snowman and let the plants advance while the rest of us move on and then try and snatch the purple?
I'll do it.
So you know you'd
I
have
will
to go
totally do it.
probably about that 320 yards. Like you'd have to be out far enough and ahead of everyone for them to walk into you, because they're staying that
I'll
far
do it.
away from the road. So they wouldn't walk to this particular portion. They're not behind you, they're off to the side.
Oh. Well, what if we?
Walked into the forest,
Yeah.
like the opposite direction.
That might bring them towards the road then. You all also remember that Twilight can turn into animals, and she has an animal that's pure white and blends into the snow right now.
Oh yeah, that is true.
I'd have to take a short rest though.
You've been traveling for 3 hours You're sitting on a magic carpet. You basically took a long rest during this time. Because you haven't been doing anything. You haven't even been
So you want
walking
me to
like
turn
everyone
into a
else.
Snow leopard?
A snow fox? Yeah.
Snow leopard, snow fox, like the one that you have, like plenty of white animals you can turn into. You can even turn into a bunny rabbit. A little white rabbit that, Wrath has already seen one eat.
No, these things will eat a rabbit.
That's true, I saw it.
I know you guys hate me, but jeez, I don't want to get eaten. Holy hell.
Justin having flashbacks to when he was eaten by an awakened shrub.
Yeah. It was traumatizing. They were everywhere. I died in like 2 turns.
I mean, I guess I could always try turning into a penguin.
It was all Jess's fault.
And then Captain Flowers will kill you, not the shrubs. don't know.
So I
We-
guess I could go for something white. I could go for hawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
You
try to
wanna
come at
build
them from a
snowmen?
different angle.
Yeah, I could do a hawk, or I can do snow leopard.
Does anyone
Yeah,
have suggestions?
let's go with the snow leopard, because at least they're kind of fast.
Snow owl would be my suggestion.
Oh yeah, an owl would be
Yeah,
good.
Rat suggests a
Let's try
white
it.
owl.
Sure.
Could even be a giant.
No, a white owl would be good because white owls kind of land on trees. These are trees, right? Or are they shrubs?
There's trees and bushes all over the place. It's a whole forest with an entire ecological system. Ecological.
Yeah, let's go with an owl.
All right. She turns into Hedwig, y'all.
But make
Nice.
sure, like,
Okay.
I'm giving my, I want to give the box to Pious to make sure that, it's okay. Like, he's gonna hold the fox for a minute for me.
Okay.
All right, roll a stealth check. You only have a +1 because of you're an owl right now. What's everyone else doing? Are you just standing there and waiting? Or are you going to try to, like, move forward or anything like that?
Start walking. Well, no.
Yeah.
All right.
She's just gonna go get it, and
Come on, Mechagodzilla.
Let's see how this fails.
Thank you.
So you all start
Confident.
moving while watching the plants and seeing what happens. Tempest, or Twilight, still need that D20 +1, though.
Yeah, I know. What is it?
D20 +1. Your stealth is better as a human, it's just you don't blend in as well. Actually, roll 2 D20, because you blend in, you have advantage.
+2?
+1. 2 D20. You got a 12 on the better one. Lucky for you, they don't seem to take note of you, as they kind of keep following everyone else as you start walking forward. You are able to get up towards them, and you get to keep your mental stats, which means your perception stays the same, but you have a +2 from the advantage that would come from being an owl, so you get a 17. And you can tell that one of the, as you get closer, you can get a better look at them. Like, they are definitely a bunch of, like, awakened shrubs. There seem to be, like, multiple groupings of them kind of spread out, and each grouping of shrubs has 4 of the awakened shrubs and 1 treant in it. And one of the treants in one of the groups seems to be carrying a little purple crystal.
And it's the little tree that's carrying the purple crystal?
The treant. It's like a 20-foot tall tree.
Am I able to get it?
You could try. You could try. Roll a sleight of hand check, which would just be a D20 +1. Well, trees aren't smart. Go ahead and roll a wisdom save now as well. You got a pretty good bonus on that. Are you proficient? Yes, you are. You have a +7. How beautiful. Let's see if putting one of these torment fragments in your claws or your mouth is bad.
Lick it.
Lick it good.
Lick it real good.
Ugh.
Roll 1d20 plus. Plus what? Plus what?
Tell me our secrets!
1D. How come this is not working? Ah.
You're missing a whole bunch of the roll stat.
Error.
This is crazy.
Target unknown. Target unknown.
And of course, all of you kind of like lose track of her. She blends in. She's not super stealthy, but
Oh, I know what was going
darting in and
on.
out of the trees and everything. I mean, the biggest thing that's going on is you're literally just missing parts of it. 17. You're good. So do you want to scoop it up with your beak or your claws?
Oh. Claws.
All right. So you get it with your claws, and you can feel it just like with the other torment fragments to date. You feel it kind of wash over you, tingling through your little owl body. Your thoughts become jumbled, and you can hear that voice echoing in the back of your mind again. Not quite able to hear what it's actually saying. But you manage to fly back over to everyone else as you have it in your hand.
Sorry, my mouse went on mute. But I didn't hear a word that you said. Sorry.
Lick it.
No, don't lick it. So you scoop it up in your claws, and you can feel like with the other times everyone's made this decision to touch the torment fragments, the feelings and energy wash over you. Your body tingles, and your thoughts get kind of jumbled, but you have that focus like, grab it, take it back. I need to take it back to my friends. And you can hear that voice in the back of your head, still unable to actually make out the words with this deep echoing voice. And you get back over to them, not necessarily easily, but still fairly quickly. Go ahead and roll another wisdom save for me, though. And all of you can see her coming back as well, and you can see the purple crystal in her claws. It's definitely between the shine of it and the way it glows. You can tell it's another torment fragment. The plants in the distance seem to have stopped following you as well. They just fully stopped.
She got it.
And Twilight, as you're approaching, you can hear the voice getting louder this time. Again. You can hear it getting louder. And you're starting to be able to make out the words, but only like every second, third syllable seems to be understandable, so you're still not sure what it's saying. And the pressure on your mind is getting more intense as you're approaching. It's starting to become harder to focus, and the only part of the group that you can really spot happens to be Pious and the Fox. You can tell the torment fragment is getting more and more difficult to hold as you try.
Lick it.
And you're starting to cry, too, from the feelings washing over you.
I don't want to drop it.
How far away is she?
She's about like 20 feet away right now. Still kind of in the air. Heading towards all of you, of course. But yeah, Twilight, the only one in the group you can seem to spot as your vision's kind of blurring at this point happens to be Pious holding the fox.
Pious holds up his hand.
Twilight, throw it! I can catch it!
I kind of want to go a little bit further, closer to him, just to make sure that he catches it.
Alright, go ahead and roll a d20 plus 1 again. And Pious, you're gonna go ahead and roll an acrobatics check yourself for trying to catch it. Ooh. What'd the Pious get?
The Pious got a 12.
I got 15.
Alright.
I blame the fox.
I blame the fox.
I do too. It's definitely the fox's fault.
Damn it,
Undeniable.
Hey!
It's okay. I really like foxes. I'm not talking shit.
No, why is the fox? Why is the fox so hard to find?
Should have went with the damn spider. You guys are blaming the fox.
Oh, the spider
We'd
would have been
probably-
even worse. That thing's as big as you.
Yeah, we probably would have blamed the spider more.
Well, it probably would have been even worse, because I might have made the decision that she only saw the spider, not even Pious.
Oh, Jesus.
And then you'd be in real trouble. Oh, cool. The fox got a total 6 on its wisdom save.
Are you guys trying to kill the fox now?
I'm not trying to do anything.
Nothing.
Oh, come on. Load up.
Well,
Load up.
besides catch the stone.
DM strikes again.
The DM strikes again. Bad dice rolls strike again is more like it.
They can't keep getting away with this!
Come on, load up. Load up, load up, load up. It doesn't want to. I need a d20, just a d20 out of... You know what? We will leave the fate of this fox up to Captain Flowers. Roll a d20, Captain Flowers.
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Oh, my rolls have been bad tonight. Okay. An 8.
An 8. All right. So Pious, as you don't you dick. You dick of a thing.
What the fuck
It just
did I do?
unloaded.
Wow.
Not you. Not you.
Just unloaded all over Pious. Wow.
Pious, you dick.
You just unloaded everywhere.
I was just trying to catch the stone.
So you, it wasn't you. It was my phone was being an idiot. It loaded up everything, and I was getting to the right spot on the page, and then it just boom, and it reloaded. So I couldn't see it.
No, I was just fucking with you.
So you go to catch it, and it kind of like glances off of your fingers because it was a shaky toss, and you didn't quite get aimed right, and it bounced, and it went right into the fox's mouth.
Oh, fuck's
It
sake.
throws it up. It spits it up pretty quickly. It doesn't swallow it. But you notice that almost immediately it takes on the purple glow, and eyeballs start to sprout across its body.
Pious
not good.
would immediately drop it.
So eyeballs are all over my fox's body.
Yes, it is sprouting a whole bunch of eyeballs. In the patches where it's
Oh.
growing, the hair is falling out.
Yeah.
It seems to be whimpering in pain as it's occurring, but as the eyes finish forming and growing in, it kind of just returns to normal and it starts being its little playful self again.
It's now made out of ice.
Nick, this
I'm turning into a. Before we get, I'm gonna just turn into a ram and just ram Pious for doing it.
So you're turning into a ram, going to ram Pious. But
Ram
Nick,
Pious.
Raph,
Pious. Right on.
Nick, Raph, you notice as like this is happening, the eyes are growing on it. These eyes look kind of familiar, like something you saw in a vision in the tower.
What?
Nick,
Yep.
does this look familiar to you?
Yep.
Should we do something? Get rid of it?
Yep.
I knew it. I knew you were going to do that.
Star, I want you to go ahead and roll a d20, and then Pious, you can roll athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
Just
So
one
what's the-
d20?
Yeah, just a d20. Pious, what'd you get?
7.
7.
I got an 8.
Wow. Yeah, because you have a bonus,
fuck
Twilight.
off.
It's just pretty small. Twilight wins by like 2 points here.
Fuck me, dude.
Technically 3 because aggressor loses ties. So if she had rolled a 7 total, she still would have won. But yeah, she manages to catch you and just kind of like, she doesn't knock you over or deal any damage, but she pushes you back a couple of feet as she collides into you.
So it doesn't go like,
and
it
Rat.
doesn't go like a snowball, like boom, boom, boom.
No. He was somewhat prepared for it, and you're not like trying to kill him, so it came across a little bit differently than a full-blown ram attack. But Nick, Rat, yeah, you do something about it. What are you gonna do about it?
I'll reach down as if to pet it.
Yeah.
All right. It seems perfectly happy. Like it goes and it actually starts rubbing up into your hand.
I cast Shocking Grasp.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Roll to hit.
So-
Roll to hit to see if you crit.
No, dirty 20.
Okay, go ahead and roll the damage on it.
2 points of lightning damage.
2 points of lightning damage.
Don't.
It yips pretty loud, but I gotta roll another kind of like wisdom save on it.
Don't worry, Twilight. I will revive it if it dies.
You notice as you shock it, you notice there still seems to be like a slight purple glow in its like original eyes. And as you shock it, it seems to make the magic go and start enveloping it. And you're gonna go ahead and roll the d20 this time.
Okay. Is a that is a 7.
Its entire body starts to glow. Not purple though. It's a soft blue glow. And it looks like if you were in the dark, it would probably be like bright light out to about 10 feet and maybe some dim light past that. It's glowing pretty bright, like a full-blown candle.
Yeah, changed its color.
Yep. Yep.
It also seems to be in extreme pain.
Oh.
You also hurt the damn thing.
I'm gonna just pick it up. Can I just run and pick it up?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm picking it up.
I don't think that thing needs to be left alive.
And then I just
Not
headbutt
right.
him.
You headbutt it?
Yeah, I just
Headbutt
headbutt him.
Wrath?
Yeah.
Okay, roll a d20, plus 5.
Because I'm still in my form, so I can pick it. I can pick up the thing with my mouth.
Roll a d20 to see how you pick it up before we try to do the attack for ramming Wrath.
I was gonna ask if I can do a reaction once she looks like she's gonna start ramming Wrath.
Twilight?
Yes.
Roll
I
a
failed.
d6.
What's with these low rolls today?
The dice really want to see this fox really get screwed up. All right. And it fails yet another wisdom save as it keeps seeming to heal its wounds with each attack that's happening. You bite it and you clamp on its neck. You hear the bones snap as the light turns purple and expands and envelops you. And this time you're going to roll the d20.
Oh. Plants, it's always plants. Do not trust the damn plants.
Mm-hmm.
I love this so much for what was just rolled.
Oh.
I love it so much.
Backup character, here it comes.
Twilight, Star, the two of you inside of your head now hear your own voices echoing in simultaneously. Why do you hate me so much?
That's what I hear.
Yes, and you hear it in Twilight and Star's voice both speaking simultaneously.
Holy shit. I don't know how to handle that.
The voice almost seems to whimper and then ask why you would try to bite my head off.
Oh, I was trying to save you.
Rad, you hear your own voice and Lance's, both again simultaneously, and you hear the same thing. Why do you hate me?
It's mercy.
Yeah, what was rolled is called Whispering Voices. You gain telepathy to a range of 10 feet, but other people hear it in their own voice.
That is terrifying.
Yup.
Yeah, and you have two minds in there, so you're hearing both of them.
How crazy do you want to be tonight? Yes.
Right. Here's those mutations when they start to get bad. It starts trying to get away from you, Twilight, as you hear the bones all snapping back into place in your mouth. It rolls well enough, it manages to break free and starts trying to run off into the forest.
Stop that thing!
Your wounds.
Nick, you said you had a reaction for if she went to attack Wrath. You'd still be more or less prepared with that action.
Yeah, if Twilight holding the fox looked like they were going to attack Wrath, I'm gonna do a wall of force and trap both of the fox and Twilight in a cube.
So it's a similar enough moment of reaction seeing the fox just like break out and start to bolt away. So you can still drop that wall of force to trap the two of them. If you would like.
Yep.
Well, shit, in this case, I guess I'm gonna bring out the wand of flowers and just start going to town.
Turns back into a human, and you see her start. And you see her start like growing some very familiar little plants, drying them out, rolling them up, and yep, she's going to town. So go ahead and roll a Constitution save there, Twilight. What's everyone else gonna do with the two of them trapped in this wall of force? Tempest, is there anything you're gonna try to do through a wall of force? Since you've been watching all the madness occurring.
I'm a bit disturbed by the meaning of this thing, basically. So I'm just gonna take a step back and let them settle this out. What's going on?
All right, Wrath, we'll ask you next. What are you gonna do now that it's trapped in a wall of force?
I don't know. What do y'all think we should do? I mean, we can try to kill it in there.
We could, but we'd have to be kind of careful.
Yeah.
So wait, the fox is in there with me?
Yeah, you and the fox are trapped inside of a cube of force, basically.
Oh, I'm definitely holding on to this thing and trying to cure wounds with it.
You cast the spell slot for Cure Wounds, and it doesn't seem to do anything. It seems to be perfectly healthy at the moment. The damage just keeps seeming to heal every time the flash of purple light occurs.
So it doesn't, so it's not hurt.
No, it doesn't seem hurt. You still burn the spell slot, though, to find that out.
It's not hurt, it's cursed. Kill it.
Leave it alone!
Kill it.
Stop torturing it.
Don't we have a cleric?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that is me.
We do have a cleric.
Well, that's
I am the cleric.
I think of you as a paladin. I'm sorry.
Oh. I understand. I think.
Can't clerics, cure curses and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I don't think he has removed curse yet.
I don't think so.
Yes, I am not leveled up enough, is what Deuce said.
Hey,
I'm not sure what that means, but...
I'm gonna go up to the wall of force as close to the fox as I can and cast lightning lure and try and yank it into the wall to break its neck.
Jesus Christ.
Give me just a second on this.
No, I am totally holding on to this thing. You know that, right?
You're coming with it, then?
Like, I literally have burrowed it underneath me.
It doesn't matter. Like
you're coming too.
Yeah, congratulations. You've now put yourself in more danger.
Can suffer the damage a lot better than it can. As of right now. That may change.
It could also
I don't know. It keeps healing. She does not.
True. You're not wrong.
Oh my god, I'm pulling up all the wrong stats for all the wrong
That's
things.
it. I'm gonna turn into an alligator.
What are you trying to pull up? You want Wall of Force?
Yeah, I'm just reading its exact wording on a few things real quick.
No physical object, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, nothing.
Magic's not physical, it's energy. So
yeah.
Yeah, I just had to double check that real quick. If it specifically said physical.
Yeah, the wall itself is immune to any physical damage.
So before they do this, I'm turning into an alligator. And just shoving it in my mouth.
Okay, so you gotta wait until the lightning lure finishes because it's just too quick for you to do it at the same time or before. Wrath, go ahead and roll your 1d8 damage plus 1d6.
Oh, okay. So it's a 5 on the d8.
Okay.
I swear to God, when I get out of here, none of you guys
1
will
on the
live.
6.
Alright, so that's 6 total.
Yep.
Twilight, you are taking 6 damage. As well. Because essentially it lashed up both of you. Practically one entity, the way you have yourself wrapped up with it. Come on, mouse. Stop disagreeing with me here. I need a new mouse.
My alligator and just put it in my mouth.
Eats fox.
Tempest, go ahead and roll a d20.
Okay.
You know I'm gonna kill everybody when I get out of this, right? Everybody's dead.
I didn't even do anything yet.
You realize you're protecting a cursed thing, right?
Protecting a
Like, you're
mutant.
You're a mutant.
Like, you can blame us all you want. That's fine.
This thing could be a big problem later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick, you should know this information. How far can you go when you cast Misty Step?
120 feet. If I
No,
remember correctly.
mine's different. Mine's Starlight Step, which is I think 30 feet for mine.
I thought it worked functionally the same. It's just a different ability, so it doesn't take up, like, spells. Can't be used with, like, spell slots and stuff. It is 30 feet, though.
Yeah, mine's 30 feet.
So you see it start to glow purple again, and then Twilight, it's just not in your arms. And all of you see it about 30 feet away from Tempest, and it's starting to run again. And it makes it like 60 feet away. So it is 90 feet away from Tempest, and it is booking it. Because what just got rolled this time is Spatial Displacement. You can cast Misty Step once for each contamination levels you have gained. And you regain them when you finish a long rest. So it can dash to go 60 feet, and Misty Step to go another 30 every turn for 4 turns. It can do that 4 times. Because it is at contamination level 4.
It's a problem.
No shit.
Okay.
But yeah, it is running out into the forest. It is a good, rough, like, 80 to 90 feet from every single one of you.
I'm going to set fire to the forest.
The whole forest?
Mm-hmm.
Can I dash at it?
Yeah, you can boots of speed and just poof, and pound it out.
Am I out of this fucking cage yet?
Nope, you are still stuck in the cage, and the fox is not. Tempest, boots of speed, boom, double speed to 60, then takes a dash action, 120 feet, and gets right up to it real fucking fast.
I'm gonna kill all of you guys when I get out of here. All of you guys are dead.
So, Pious, you see that Tempest is just, like, caught up. Do you still want to set the forest on fire?
I'm thinking about it.
I'm thinking
because the forest is the reason we're in this fucking predicament in the first place.
Well, it was contaminated.
Yeah.
Is it the forest's fault after it was almost forced to?
If 2 people tell me to not set the forest on fire, I will not do it.
I don't think you should.
Twilight clearly says no.
All right.
I say fuck yeah, because I'm about ready to kill all you motherfuckers.
Well, you don't want to burn down the forest.
No, but...
Tempest,
How
what
far
are you
away
doing
is
once you
it?
catch up? It's about 80 to 90 feet, and Tempest has just, like, closed the gap like it was nothing. Tempest is right up in front of this fox now.
So that was like really, it was like theoretically really quick for anything to barely see.
It was Ruby flying through the air moment.
So I position myself to swing into it as it's running forward towards my blade, kind of deal.
Roll to hit with advantage.
Cut its fucking head off.
You guys are assholes. You guys are all gonna die.
At some point.
Eventually.
You got a 20 total. That's a hit. So roll your 2d6 plus 5.
Hate to tell you, today is
What
not
about the advantage? Nat 20.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, you didn't get a nat 20, did you?
I didn't roll yet. The second
never
one.
mind. Roll the second one. Yeah. Sorry, I saw your previous roll, and for some reason, considered that 2 separate rolls.
Know what?
No crits. Just 2d6 plus 5. Ooh, bad damage.
Damn. Kind of great.
Roll this tonight.
Let's see. Nick, Pious. You two choose who's rolling the next D20.
How close
I'll
are
do
they
it.
to me?
I'll do it. I haven't rolled one yet.
Go
How
for it.
close are they to you? They're probably at like
Yeah.
10, 15 feet, because I would presume Wrath would probably back up.
That's a 4.
Okay, I'm gonna throw the vital sleep on them.
Vital sleep.
I need you, Star, to roll a Constitution save.
Constitution save.
As far as that 4, Tempest, you're the only one really close enough to see this as you hit it with your scythe, slash through its neck, and then see it instantly start to heal as the purple glow washes over again. And as it finishes receding, the light disappearing again, you notice that its like entire face, its lips, its snout, and its ears just kind of blacken and almost shrivel up into an undead husk.
Yeah.
Twilight, you are good. You did not put yourself to sleep, but you threw the vial, it hit the wall, and it shattered. And you remember that it was already said, physical objects cannot pass through this wall.
I'm just gonna start throwing shit. The fire.
Everything you throw just keeps bouncing off unless you're throwing spells.
Even vitals?
Yes, if it's physical, it cannot go through the wall. It'll just keep exploding like the sleep vial did. It doesn't take much to figure out that if you threw it, it hit the wall, exploded, and you had to make a save, it's gonna keep doing that.
Wouldn't she be in a closed space and that really can't go anywhere?
Yeah, but it settles down to the ground afterwards.
Nah.
Because it's more like, a physical thing in the air, and then it weighs down and drops to the ground.
Is there a bottom to this thing?
You are encased in a cube. Every single side of you is covered by a wall that nothing can physically pass through.
I gotta get out of this.
Tempest, the wolf starts to run again. Well, it already started to run. Like, it was running past, you got it with the opportunity attack, and it made it another 90 feet away.
It's a fox.
Yes, it is a fox. And it is
Not a
running.
wolf.
And you hear your own voice and Maya's voice in your head in unison asking, why do you hate me?
No one hates you. Unfortunately, you just become an abomination.
Wow.
So you all
Emotional
hear,
damage.
You all hear Tempest shout that out loud, and you can hear the fox letting out an audible whimper as it keeps running. Gonna go try to catch up with it again?
Yes.
All right. You get that opportunity attack again. This time it's ready though, so it's a regular roll to hit. Because you're basically using your whole turn to get to it, and then as it starts to run, you get an opportunity attack. That's what was happening. That is another hit, so go ahead and roll your 2d6 plus 5. And then, Pious, you're the last one to roll a d20.
$18.
That's awesome. So
I don't like how you said that.
Right.
I love this because you guys are just creating a new monster.
Fuck.
One that we'll call a belly fox.
I double hate that.
And so you slash it again, and you catch it through its abdomen, Tempest. A deep gash, and again, purple light, this time blindingly bright. You can't see it at all. And when the light finally recedes after about like 6 seconds, standing where this fox was is now an 8-foot tall anthropomorphic fox with 2 tentacles, eyes covering its body that seem to be fully functional, moving around, and where you had slashed it through the stomach is a large toothy maw.
Fuck, it's the thing.
I'm on its side. I hope it kills you all.
And you all can hear in your heads, in your own voices as player and character, and that includes you, Twilight, and you hear your voices saying, I'm going to kill you all. Roll initiative.
Oh, okay. We're fighting the thing. I knew it. And you cannot convince me otherwise. That is the good apt description.
Do I roll it too, since I'm in my little box?
Yeah, you still roll it. You just can't necessarily do anything.
I actually rolled pretty decent initiative this time. 14.
14?
Why me? What my dad ones?
Oh no.
I got
Vampires got a total 6.
I got a total 6.
What about Nick? What'd Nick get?
I got a 5.
You got a 5.
Good big wizard rolls.
Wizard's rolling high tonight.
Twilight, you still need to roll your initiative, which would be a d20 plus 5. And Wrath, what'd you get?
22.
22. There we go. Now Twilight's rolling. Total 20. Which... I gotta roll. I gotta roll for our enemy here. Its stats are basically half made, so forgive me. Since we're literally... this monster was created while we're sitting here playing.
Wow.
So I have a very generic brand of what it can do. But I have a stat block in my head, so we're good.
Only halfway written down, therefore it's only going to be halfway invincible.
It's only half invincible. That's fine. You guys just have to do whatever I feel would defeat it. That's fine. Wrath, you are first in the turn order, though. Which is what I was saying about it being pretty common that you go first.
And it's like, what, 180 foot away from me?
Let's see, it went 90, it went another 90. Yeah, it's about 180 feet away from you. Tempest is the only one that's actually close to it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, shit.
I will,
I'm in danger.
Wrath will run forward 30 feet.
Okay.
And as he does so, his cloak goes from the dragon wing to a more feathered cloak. Like blue tinted silver feathers flowing out the back. And as he gets to that 30-foot mark, he casts Warding Wind. The literal description is a strong wind, 20 miles per hour, blows around you in a 10-foot radius and moves with me. It's centered on me. Me and any other creatures in the effect area are deaf. It extinguishes unprotected flames in its area, torch size or smaller. It hedges out vapor gas, fog, blah, blah, blah. The area becomes difficult terrain for creatures other than me, and attack rolls with ranged weapon attacks have disadvantage if they go in that range. But the main purpose, besides that, is I get another 10 foot of flying as I fly forward another 10 foot. And that's my turn.
Sweet. That will make it Twilight's turn, who is stuck inside a box still.
And I can't do anything.
No, not really.
I mean, I can throw my fire valve and see how that goes.
You already know that it's just going to bounce off and you're going to be the one caught in the
Yeah,
radius.
I know.
Twilight will wait then. Pass his turn. Tempest, you are right up on this thing.
Indeed. Can I get away from this thing?
Yeah. How quickly do you want to get away?
Back with the group.
Okay, so you gain that second level of monk on the level up, so you can take your action to disengage or bonus action in a key point, and then you can dash with the other one, still using a key point. But you can get almost all the way back on that one.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's do that. Let's get away from that into safety.
Yeah, so Tempest is about 60 feet away from the group. Wrath, you're in the middle, almost like spot on with that, like 40 feet. You're just a little bit closer to Tempest. And this belly fox is going to take a nice running 100 feet at you with its dash action.
Oh, it's fast.
That's not okay.
Tempest moved 120 feet, and this thing moved 100.
That just scared the hell out of me.
Yep, and you hear your own voices in your head once again, this time screaming in almost agony more than anger. You can't get away. I won't let you.
I'm on your side, buddy! I'm on your side!
Pious, it's your turn, and you are about 80 feet away from this thing now.
I am going to... I want to try and intercept it.
Alright, with your dash action, you could get 60 feet, so you could get, like, up next to Tempest.
Yes. And then, with my bonus action,
Ooh.
I'm going to summon Spiritual Weapon.
Oh, shit!
Yo!
What does it look like?
Should I do it for the memes?
Yeah.
Typically.
It's a mace with Pius's head.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, I love it. And I just realized because it took on an anthropomorphic form, not that it'll have much effect mechanically here, but it is a anthropomorphic female fox that's all monstrous.
Well, joke's on you. That's my kink. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
I like that shit.
You'll never know.
I like them eyes looking everywhere.
That makes it Captain Flower's turn. God, I need someone to draw the belly fox. So bad.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Good, good.
Okay, with that like 100 feet, how close is it to us now?
It is approximately 80 feet away.
Let's go, Mechagodzilla!
So two of you are both going to make as much ground as you can. It has a speed of 30 also. So yeah, you make it 60 feet closer, both of you. And Nick, finally, at the bottom of the turn order.
Holy shit! Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Sorry, with Discord shenanigans, I can't be sure all the time. Honestly, I'm not gonna bother fighting this thing yet. I'm gonna sit in front of the wall of force, and I'm gonna talk to Twilight.
Good luck there, buddy.
All right, you got 6 seconds.
Who?
Nick has 6 seconds worth of text.
You realize this isn't anything against you. It's clearly corrupted.
And that's your 6
Because
seconds.
of you! You corrupted it! It was doing just fine!
Anyways, so that was Nick's 6 seconds of speech. Any actions or bonus actions? Because you still technically have your entire pool of that.
You said I still have an action?
You have an action and a bonus action. 6 seconds of speech is free.
Right.
No verbal components on your spells, though, because you did burn your verbals.
Fine. I will bonus action chill touch the fox. Or action chill touch the fox.
Alrighty.
120 feet, so I'm assuming it's still in range.
Yeah, you're within that.
Oh no, that's not a verbal component. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was going to check. I was like, hold on. Does that have a verbal? I can't remember. Yeah, losing verbal components is a big deal, which is why silence is still the spellcasting killer.
Yeah, let me see. Give me a second.
Unless you're a sorcerer.
Subtle spell.
Yep.
Let's see if there is anything that I don't have. Well, I think everything I have is verbal.
That's pretty normal.
That is typical.
There.
Yeah, every spell I have is verbal. How far away is it from me?
About 80 feet.
So it'll be bonus action, Misty Step. Be 30 plus 30, 50. Still wouldn't put me in range. No, I will just wait right here. Can I hold my action?
What's the trigger on it? What action are you holding, I should say?
Well, I would hold a spell then, if I could, for since I can't use my verbal component to cast a spell during my turn, can I hold my action to cast a verbal spell during someone else's turn to cast like Chill Touch?
But if the trigger has to do with the belly fox and its actions, it'll be far enough through the 6 seconds that you could basically turn around and boom and throw it. So yes.
Then yeah, I'll cast Chill Touch when the fox makes an aggressive act towards an ally.
All right. That's back to the top of turn order, Wrath.
Right.
You are now about 40 feet away from it.
And Pious and Tempest are 20 foot from it?
Yes, they are halfway between you and it, but like off to the side. They're not in your line of sight.
Okay. I'll move 25 foot up and attempt to lightning lure it to me. It's a strength 16 save.
Why are you closed again, dice rolls? You need to stay open. I'm pretty sure it failed. Your DC is higher than 13, so...
Yep. So that is 6 points of lightning damage. As my whip reaches out and grabs onto it, and I just yank it back into this sphere with me. I'm going to go ahead and pull it the full 10 feet to where we're face to face, pretty much. So it is currently deafened, and the whole warding wind thing is going on with it. Difficult terrain, etc., etc. And then I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to quicken a spell.
Alright.
And Shocking Grasp.
Roll to hit.
Damn it. 10.
Yep, that misses.
Yep. So as it comes in, I try and reach forward and just miss my catch onto him. And that is my turn.
Alright, then that would be Twilight, your turn. Where you can spend your 6 seconds just trying to yell at Nick, if you want. So it's not like you can do much else.
Who has me in the bubble?
Nick. The one who's right next to you and just told you it's nothing about you, but this thing is mutated into a monster.
Hey, Nick, I think you're right. It has mutated into a monster, and I am totally against this idea.
Okay, that's the end of your 6 seconds,
Letting me out?
You don't get to the letting me out, unfortunately. Only the agreement that, yes, this is a monster, must be killed. Go ahead and roll a deception check, because I know what you're trying to do. And go ahead and roll an insight check.
You want me to?
Yes, you
You
roll
want me to roll
deception. Twilight, you roll deception. Nick, you roll insight. I already know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get out of this so you can, help the belly fox.
I can post the picture of the fox, the best I could do in the short amount of time in the CNN pics if you're ready.
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. Nick,
What
what'd
is
you
it?
roll though?
Oh my god.
A 19.
A 19.
That is awesome.
Twilight,
That is
you still gotta finish
terrifying.
rolling insight or deception. Deception.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't
no,
make the
that
eyes
is, like-
purple.
Yeah, other than the fact that all the eyes should be purple, I'd say that's pretty spot on. Let me go ahead and save this so I can throw it up on stream. I could edit that to be purple eyes, to be honest.
Yeah,
It's just gonna take me a little bit, so I won't be getting it done tonight.
But that I couldn't get like an O tried so hard.
Well, that's fine, because it's perfectly capable of closing its maw also. And when it closes it, it's not noticeable either, for that matter.
That's even more terrifying.
Yup.
Alright, so Twilight got a 15, Nick got a 19, and yeah, Nick, you can tell. You can tell she's just trying to get you to lower the guards so that she can fight you, specifically.
Do I have a reaction to this?
No. Not, you can take a free action, typically. Alright, up on the stream, that is basically what this thing they're fighting looks like. It is 8 feet tall, as well. Oh man, that looks like it was run through Cursed Image Generator.
I actually didn't.
It's a good one, though.
Right.
I should have, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to use my free action to end concentration on the Wall of Force.
All
That's
right.
brave.
Thank God,
Yeah.
I'm free.
Yes, that is very brave. seeing as it is still Twilight's turn as well.
Yep.
So, Twilight, essentially your action was burned trying to do that. You have a bonus action and you can move.
How far away is the thing from me?
I pulled it
About
10
80
feet.
feet.
Well, no, I pulled it 10 towards us.
Oh yeah, it's about 65 feet away.
Well, I still have the Godzilla movement, which is like what, 90 feet?
No, you're back in human to have been speaking. So you have burned both of your wild shapes as well at this point again.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go over there and just like fucking tackle him.
So you won't get the action, but you're ready to do it next turn then.
Wait, when you say tackle him, you mean tackle me or tackle?
Yes, you. You.
She can tackle me. I'm right there.
It's just
We're
the
all gonna
action
die.
to actually get into it, so...
Sure.
Just in this case, because she's going from a stop, she doesn't really have enough force without spending the action to make it happen. So that would make it Tempest's turn again.
Yay.
Tempest, you have backup with you up there now, and you're within range to be able to move and then attack it.
There is a
Alright.
sphere of very bad wind around me and it, however, right now. Just a heads up.
It won't affect your attacks much. You're swinging a
No.
scythe down, so...
I'm gonna keep a safe distance and kind of get like a side position on it. Get ready, like kind of set up a flank or whatever it is.
I mean, you can move and flank it and still have your action and bonus action, so...
Okay.
It's only like 15, 20 feet away, so you're more than good enough, given that you have a speed of 60 with the Boots of Speed currently.
Haha, so it can't. I lured it back just as I planned.
Well done.
So yeah, I would like dash around it and then go for a strike.
Alright. I also just realized with that second level of Monk, you actually have a speed 40, which means with Boots of Speed, it's 80. You have been significantly closer, but there was no need to. So this is perfect. Yeah, you get right up there behind it. You are flanking it. You have advantage to hit.
Get it, girl.
It's going to be so much fun when you finally get to take Elven Accuracy and start rolling friggin' like 3d20. You can't do it with strength weapons, but unfortunately.
You said I had advantage?
Yeah, you have advantage. So you got a 13 and a 15. So you swing down, and with the air pushing just enough, you slam into its back at an angle, and between what you can feel and... It's almost like in your imagination, because you can't actually hear it, but it sounds almost like you're just tinking off of bone, even. Because this thing has chitinous armor as well, underneath the fur.
I don't like you now.
Sick.
And this is what the torment fragments do to things if they're in contact for too long or the effect is too great.
I can't.
Make sure I'm just. I'm gonna end my turn with making sure I'm not in the way, in case Wrath starts blasting.
So you can skirt off to the side so you're not in like direct line. Otherwise, it's gonna get an opportunity attack on you if you try to full blown move away.
Namaste.
He will start blasting.
And as you come around the side and you see the tentacles kind of move on its side, you have another flash to that little bit of memory from when you went off from the goblin camp, and you remember that figure you saw again. This thing doesn't look like that figure, but it reminds you of it because of the tentacles.
I kind of space for a moment.
You space for a moment. That's why you don't use your bonus action.
Yeah, I'm in danger now because I see this thing and it reminds me.
I love the way you all moved. So you're looking at this this belly fox. It's its turn now. And then you just see mist in front of you that's blown away by the wind. Nick, you see it pop up about 20 feet in front of you and start charging directly at Twilight. You want to go ahead and cast that spell? Because this does not look friendly as it charges at Twilight.
No, I'm not gonna cast the spell as it starts charging at Twilight. I'm gonna let it hit Twilight.
Yeah,
we're all gonna die.
So the beautiful thing is, this thing has a speed of 50. Misty Step for 30 feet. That is 80 feet without taking the dash action to get next to you. It's gonna start swinging. Yes, it is going to swing at you.
Animal handling?
No, that's not going to work, unfortunately.
A little bit past that point.
Holy fuck.
You hear, again, the dual voices of Star and Twilight in your head as this thing is getting close to you. Its stomach opening up and coming down to clamp down on you. And you hear in your head, none of this would have happened if you had just left me alone. And it bites you with a 25 to hit. And then we're going to go ahead and roll its 2 claw attacks as well. Which, one is a miss, and the second is a hit. So you get caught for a total 2d6 plus 6 damage. For 13. You get hit for 13 damage as it manages to bite down on you really freaking hard. As it's snapping, its arms come forward, one grazing over the top of your head, and the other's like slashing across your face. Twilight is starting to not look so great.
Hey, Raph?
I'm coming!
And that makes it Pious' turn. It Misty stepped behind you, but you can hear the clamping of its jaws and the kind of like reaction from getting hit across the face from Twilight. So you can assume which direction it went.
We'll say that this thing is a humanoid.
No, type-wise, it is an aberration.
Thick. Okay, that's not gonna work. How far away is it from me?
Be
less than
40
30
feet.
Yeah. Hold on. It was 80 feet, got pulled 15 feet closer, then
she was 70 feet from
yeah,
it.
you were about 60 feet away from Twilight. So yeah, it's about like 50 feet roughly.
Okay. I'm going to move my weapon towards it 20 feet.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
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 And then Pious says,
Remember, groveling and crying are free actions.
Now, I probably should have rolled to hit before I said that, because if I fail this roll, I'm gonna be really upset. Okay, that's good. That's a 26.
Nice.
26. You are making a ranged attack into melee combat. You have disadvantage.
Wait, what?
What? I thought I was 50 feet from it. Or
Yes,
whatever.
but you're shooting into melee. Trying not to shoot Twilight in the head, basically.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you were in melee, you just put your hand up and it's like right there on its chest. Pretty hard to miss, but the other way around, shooting at it from a distance when someone else is right there becomes a bit harder.
Oh, that's still a 22.
Hey, either way, your lower roll met or exceeded its AC. So you can go ahead and roll the damage.
Cool. I cast that at 2nd level, by the way.
Alright. Good thing we got
So
some
that
spell slots
is-
to work with now that we're level 3.
Yeah, that is 5. Yeah, 5d6.
All the d6.
16 radiant damage.
16 radiant damage.
And now, the next hit gets advantage.
Yeah, and you notice that as the light hits it, the guiding bolt hits it, and the light kind of, washes over it, since it is just like a literal bolt of this light. It seems to almost seep in, causing like almost vein-like sparks across its body, and it seems to have hit way harder than it should have. As it cries out psionically into all of your heads.
Pious does the John Cena, you can't see me.
Can't see me.
Well, Deuce does that. Not Pious. Pious doesn't know why he's waving his hand in front of his face.
All right. Captain Flowers, it is your turn.
How far away are they from me at this point now?
Let's see. You were closer to Twilight than the others, so you're about 30, 35 feet away?
Yeah,
30, because it would be closer than Twilight was. Just almost in your movement of 25. Almost.
Almost.
Now, your Steel Defender has a full speed of 30, so it can get right next to it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I cast Heroism on my Steel Defender. And Captain Flowers goes with this. Let me pull that back up. Valorous Flame, ignite within! I cast Heroism! And then he touches Mechagodzilla and goes, attack! And then he runs with it. With both his axes out at the same time.
Sounds absolutely epic. Creature is immune to being frightened, gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting mod at the start of each of its turns, and when the spell ends, it loses remaining temp hit points. Alright. So it is up next to it, adjacent, so it can make an attack if you so desire it to.
Well, I wouldn't yell attack if I didn't want to attack.
That's true. My brain didn't process that through.
That would be... Okay.
Oh no, I haven't named it properly yet. It's still marked as a person in your control. I need to name it Mechagodzilla still.
Mechagodzilla.
It is a character sheet under your control though, so.
Ah. Let me take a look at that.
It has Force Empowered Rend as its attack option. +4 to hit.
Let's see. You spell modified reach.
Bless you.
Oh shoot.
One target
Oh
you can
my
see
God,
hit
thank you.
1d8 plus PB force damage. Okay. Use force empowering rend. Yarr!
Yeah, go ahead and roll that hit to hit. Since unfortunately its stats are pretty low and it only has a +4 to hit.
I have too many things open.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Golem. Or Steel Defender, Mecha Godzilla. There we go.
Mecha.
Took me
Go,
way too
Mecha-
long to get the name right.
Go, Mecha Godzilla!
It has advantage because technically it is flanking with Twilight currently.
Let's roll that again then. I'll take that one.
Yeah, 19 hits. So you get to do your 1d8 plus 2 force damage.
For 8.
For 8 total damage. Alright. It's starting to seem like it's wearing down a little bit at this point.
Yarr!
You all have slapped it with so much damage, and it is not quite bloodied. But it does have some scrapes and cuts, and you've noticed you've knocked some of the fur off as well. Next turn, though.
Righty. I'm going to cast. I'm gonna cast Magic Missile at 2nd level.
Alright, let's see that 4d4 plus 4 damage.
44 damage. Holy shit.
Hey, automatic hits are nice. Oh no, it has a brute of shielding.
Oh no.
This shouldn't be 44. It would be.
Well, it starts with 3 darts. Each one deals 1d4, and then when you upcast it a level, it gains 1 more dart, correct?
Sure, before.
Let me double check. So I might be misremembering how many darts it starts with. I know upcast adds 1.
It's 1d4
per dart.
Yeah.
per.
And it sends 3 darts at level 1, and upcasting adds a 4th dart. Each one of the 4 darts deals 1d4, so it's 4d4, plus the 1 force damage for each dart is 4. So 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Yeah. Honestly, 3d4 at base level 1 really isn't that bad for damage. It's not great, but automatic hit's an automatic hit.
So, first one is 3. Second one is 4. And then 5.
You got 1 more.
2.
14 damage. Alright. Yeah, you're starting to notice it's actually, you've broken through some of the chitinous armor, and you can see it kind of like flaking off. It is it's a like eggshell white color falling out from underneath the fur, taking chunks of fur with it as well, and you can see what appears to be a purple liquid kind of running from some of the wounds into its fur. Presumably it's blood.
It bleeds, we can kill it.
You still have a bonus action and a move, though. Uh-oh, did we lose Dylan?
No, I'm here. I was just trying to think. So it's like right in front of me, messing up Twilight, right?
Yeah. It's messing Twilight up pretty darn bad.
You take it.
Yeah.
You take it with such a smile on your face. So it's messing up Twilight.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna cast Starlight Step, and I'm gonna pop 30 feet and move away closer, as far behind like Pious and Wrath, like the front line.
So you go towards them, and you're like almost right next to Pious. You're close.
Okay.
And that would bring us to the turn order for Wrath again.
Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. Sorry. Can I get 30 foot from this thing?
Let's
I don't
see.
remember exactly
You
how far I was.
were.
I moved.
You were 15 away
55
from it
feet.
when it was 80 feet away. You're about
Yeah,
65 feet from it. You'd have to take the dash action.
65, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I will move my 30 feet towards it, and as I get towards the end of that, I reach my palm out, and you see the stone there start to glow up with electrical magic, and I fly another 10 foot as I cast Witch Bolt on it at second level.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
Fuck! 12.
Yeah, 12 is, you're also shooting into, melee, so disadvantage. It only matters if it's a nat 1 on the second one.
No, it was a 19 plus 8 for 27 on the second one.
Dang. The second one, you shoot it and kind of glances across its shoulder, but it doesn't really make proper contact.
That is my turn.
Twilight, it's your turn. You have just been
Hey, put me back in the bubble.
bitten, slashed, and told off for having brought this fox into the mix. It blames you for why everything is happening.
Nick, put me back in the bubble. Put me back in the bubble.
Nope.
Please, for the love of God.
So yeah, you do have some spell slots left. You only burned 2 of 6. So you have some spells. You can also use your action to disengage and then try to move. You're just pretty much still the first target on its list.
I mean, I could do animal handling and seeing if I can calm the little fucker down.
Yes, all
this
8
is like
feet of
an
it.
eldritch horror. I don't think you're gonna calm it down.
This thing seems to have rapidly increased in intelligence. It is no longer animalistic in its mind. Just extremely
God.
violent and angry.
I do have bear traps. I could probably put those down.
Dylan, how long does it normally take to set up a bear trap? Because I don't think you can do it in 6 seconds.
No, it takes like 3 minutes to set up a bear trap efficiently.
Cool. I knew it took multiple minutes. I just wasn't sure average time. Like how many
It
minutes.
there are variables. there are variables involved. Trapping is a whole thing, but like to just throw one down, like it's at least it's longer than 6 seconds to throw one down and then set it.
So no bear trap, unfortunately.
I can
Twilight.
do a vital. It says I can do a poison vital.
Yes, you can try to smack it with a poison vial or the poison dust.
Or do you think the fire one?
Either way, you are immediately next to it, and you will roll the same save.
Let's go poison. Because at least I have some immunity to it. For
resistance.
Yeah, resistance. So we're going poison.
All right, so you have advantage to roll a Constitution save.
Oh, I'm not on dice rolls.
Come on, you can do it.
No, it'd be a 2d20, right?
Yes, 2d20.
Plus wisdom would be, I think it was a 3?
Constitution.
No.
Constitution is what you need, which you have a +5. And I'm going to go ahead and mark off your one thing of poison dust. And that gives you a 13, since you rolled double 8s. You roll a lot of doubles. Like, every session you've rolled at least one. 13 passes the save, and it got a 17. So the dust flutters up, and you both just kind of, like, snort out and push the dust away from your faces. So it has no effect on either of you.
Apparently it's immune to poison, guys, and I just run.
So as you run, it gets an opportunity attack on you. And it got a 7 plus... Yeah, no, it manages to miss you. As it tries to gape open its maw and catch you again, it misses. Tempest, your turn.
Okay. All right. Get back into this. Who's it attacking right now? Twilight?
Yes, you can get up, like, on its side, but not enough to get flanking from the steel defender.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go up on his side and take a swing at it.
Okay, roll to hit.
Boy.
No, you managed to just right off of its armor again. You struck true, but not hard enough to actually do anything.
I still got unarmored.
Yep, you still have your bonus action. You can burn your second key point to get 2 unarmed, or just the 1 freebie.
The one freeze right now.
That was even worse.
Guys, I suck at this.
So you come down with the scythe, and you kind of plant it, and you go to do a spinning kick, and you catch it on the side. It's still not hard enough, but as your foot makes contact, you can feel even through your boot that this thing feels like it's covered in rock.
Ow.
To which it's going to turn its attention to you on its turn now.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
It doesn't have to do that. It doesn't have to.
Yes, it does.
It could be nice.
And we roll its attacks. Ooh, What was your AC again? 20 or 21? I believe it was 20. Yes, it is 20. So it goes to snap at you with its bite, and it just manages to graze right in front of you as you step back. It goes for its first claw attack, and then you're trying to move back. It manages to catch you across the arm, but its second one is that it accidentally like kind of turns you, manages to miss with its second one as well.
Ooh.
And you will take a 1d6 plus 3 damage for 6 slashing damage.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
You know I've had worse.
And that turns into Pious's turn.
I wouldn't be able to get to it in 30 feet, would I?
With how far you moved last time, you would be... Yeah, you'd get to it. You'd get just barely to it, but you would. Your weapon, on the other hand, won't. It still needs one more turn to get there.
Okay, I'll move the weapon, the 20 feet. And I'm going to grapple it.
All right, roll that athletics check then.
Piss.
It got a 21.
Okay, well, fuck you. 15.
So you go to get it, and it's probably mostly the size, because you have to get your arms so wide to get around it at this point. It manages to kind of wriggle and slide down through your arms before they can finish connecting. And you feel it rub across your arm, and like with Tempest, like it feels like rock, but it also seems to just shift almost like Play-Doh as it slides down.
Gross.
Captain Flowers, it's your turn.
Well, Steel Defender's not going to stop attacking it.
Wanted to move into a flanking position real quick?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you got it three-way pincered at this point. Tempest, well, four-way, because Pious, Tempest, the Steel Defender, you have it surrounded now.
And I'll roll that attack damage here.
Which one first, yours or the Mechagodzilla?
Well, I was reading the rules, and it takes its turn after mine.
That's true.
So, to me, I'd be using my axes. Okay. Let me grab this. For some reason, decided to close out again.
Oh no, app's closing, and we will wrap up when the combat's over. I just don't want to stop in the middle of it. Because we are pushing that time pretty darn hard.
Oh, wait,
Been pushing that time.
Are we quitting?
After the combat. It's really hard for me to pick combat back up when it's stopped in the middle, unfortunately.
Okay.
Let's see. It's gonna be...
Well, let's not kill it.
I just tried to still kill her.
Going all night.
It's kill it or die.
Kill it or die.
I should have saved 1 second level spell slot so I could just hold person on Twilight. A sacrifice to keep us alive, please.
Please, oh mighty one.
I wanted to go back in that cube thing, but you guys kept refusing it.
Captain Flowers, I love it. You come down with the first axe and you slam into it, and it feels like you're just hitting a rock. Doesn't really do anything. The second one, on the other hand, you bring it down and you manage to catch it like on its neck, and you catch a fleshy bit. Critical hit.
That's how you do it.
You get no modifier, but at least you get 2d6 damage. Nice. Nice. Double natural 1 for damage.
Yeah, Ollie. Moby Dick's dick. That thing's a hard sucker. And then for Mechagodzilla. Nat 20 on that. All right.
Nat 20. Sweet. So you get 2d8 plus 4. Or plus 2. My bad.
No, that's not what I wanted.
No, it's not 1d28. We're not figuring out what day in February it is.
It's the 27th. That's my favorite day.
Yep, we are all getting tired, I'm sure.
Huzzah! 12.
12. Sweet. It is starting to look pretty darn freaking bad at this point.
Don't let up on it.
Nick's turn again.
Everybody is surrounding it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I can't just blow it up.
I mean, you could.
You can.
We have a few
I'm gonna-
slots, you know? The 2
gonna
healers aren't
cast-
in range.
I'm gonna cast Chill Touch on it.
Okay, roll to the hit.
29 to hit, 18 plus 11.
Disadvantage since you're shooting into melee.
Don't understand that, but okay.
I will double check rules and rethink it over the next week. How about that?
Okay, because like, from my understanding, it's like if you're gonna shoot, like, just so I'm clear, if you're ranged attacking when they're in melee range, then it's disadvantage. But I've never heard anything about like if you're shooting at somebody while they're in a melee with another target. That's not anything I've heard of.
The
But
20... raw rule is when you are in melee with another creature, not when you shoot into melee when the creature is in melee with someone else. That's the raw rule. But it's really freaking hard to miss when you're 3 inches away from someone. Like, if you get your arm up, you're pretty much pointed right at them. It's very hard to miss when you're right there next to them. Whereas when you're shooting from a distance, you have a lot of other people in the mix that you might hit instead.
No, I understand that, but like I'm not right on top of them. They've ran away, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is you aren't right next to them. Like, you don't have this wall in front of you to try aiming at. You're trying to not hit your 4 companions and only hit them. It makes your aiming a lot more difficult.
Well, if it's surrounded, then shouldn't it just take that disadvantage and just make it a normal roll?
Well, it's not taking disadvantage on anything.
It's 22 to hit with disadvantage. I've just never had to roll disadvantage. Like, from the years I've played D&D, I've never had to roll disadvantage because another target is in melee with the target I'm trying to hit with a ranged attack. It's not a thing I've had to do.
Yeah, I know I mentioned it before. It's basically reversing the raw rule.
Yeah,
and
22
that's just
with
from my experience of how actually trying to use ranged attacks work. Like, with a bow, yeah, being next to someone might be hard, but magic not so much, because you literally just point when you're up next to. We can talk about it at another time when we're more awake, too.
Sure. 22 to
That might
hit
help.
disadvantage.
22 hits.
D8.
But I
3
will
damage.
give it. I will give it thought over the week as well. So. Okay.
It's 3 necrotic damage.
3 necrotic damage. You notice that the spell doesn't seem to have quite the effect it should.
Okay. And that's my turn.
Wrath, your turn.
I'm going to hold a lightning lure for right before it attacks someone else. As soon as I see it make a move to attack, I want to try to lightning lure it.
Okay. Twilight, your turn. You are no longer right there next to it.
Where's Pious at?
Right up next to it.
I have the. He's made of all armor, right? All metal?
Yes. Heat metal would hurt him, though. Not your target. Not the monster. Just to clarify that. He's the one you're heating up. The monster doesn't have, like, contact with his metal.
Right. Where's it going with this? I was gonna actually see what kind of weapon he had, and then I can heat the. I could heat the weapon that he's holding. That's not gonna work.
Currently, Pious isn't even holding a weapon, so.
Right, that's not gonna work.
Well, I have my arm blade though.
It's true,
That's
but
what-
it's
yeah.
retracted. It's just in your arm.
Oh.
Generally, I would assume you don't walk around with it out, because it makes, if you have it out, you can't use that hand.
Like, I can't heat metal with that then.
You can heat Pious up, it's just you're heating him up. It's gonna hurt him.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't think I have any metal weapons.
You have that short sword. But again, unless it's dug into the enemy, it's gonna be hurting you because you're holding it.
Right. I guess I can do frostbite on it.
Alright, that is a con save.
Wait. I have caltrops, right? Those are made out of metal.
The caltrops that you have are the cursed ones. So unless you can convince it to step on the caltrops, not gonna do anything.
Yeah, I don't think I have any metal items. So we're just gonna have to go with frostbite.
And it passes the save with a 26. Because Constitution's the thing it's really good at. Any movement?
I think I'm gonna go up to Pious.
Okay, you move yourself back up there towards the melee range. Tempest, your turn.
I go for swing on him then. I got advantage on it now, right?
Yes, you have it flanked.
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty upset about the first attempt.
$23 hits, so you can go ahead and roll the 2d6 plus 5. You gonna make that a bonus action?
Yeah.
Are you gonna spend your key point and make it 2 attacks? Alright, roll the first.
Peter chest.
Chips?
No. Me?
Yeah, I don't know what you said. I heard chips.
Oh, yeah, no, it was, it was a chest. It was a chest piece I was looking at for my item. I was like, I was wondering if I have any chest pieces.
You have something similar. I'm gonna reiterate this because I've mentioned it. Heat metal is only good if your enemy, your target, is already wearing metal or is made of metal. You're not gonna change the fact this thing has no metal. It's not gonna help.
Right.
Tempest, what about that second roll for the advantage? Or am I just lagging out? Okay, you hit. You go ahead and get that D4 plus 5 damage.
2d4?
1d4.
Only one?
It wasn't a crit. You have 2 separate attacks, not one. Okay, roll the second one now with advantage. 2d20.
What? Yeah.
You got a 24, so roll 1d4 plus 5. Sweet, the exact number you needed. So as Tempest actually manages to land just one shot after another, scythe across the back, kick, punch, slamming into it, and you see that last unarmed strike make contact. The body itself seems to almost just liquefy and start oozing to the ground, and then evaporating up, and the body of the white fox is laying there dead.
Woo! Alright, well. Thank God that's over.
We won? Did we win?
Good lord.
We won.
Jesus Christ.
Finally.
If I am estimating the challenge rating correctly, that should be high challenge 4, low challenge 5.
Is that good?
You're a level 3 party.
Oh, so the
And
challenge rating is based on.
Well, challenge rating is just like how well, a challenge rating basically is like a challenge 4 would be that a balanced typical party of level 4 adventurers is what it would take to beat the thing.
Oh fuck yeah, we steamrolled this son of a bitch.
By comparison, yeah, just because you have heightened stats, you're more like a party of level 4s, and then 6 of you makes you equivalent to about a level 5 party, average level 5 party.
Well, technically it was a 5 party because I didn't really do shit to it. I was in a gate the whole time.
You took damage from it, and that's an important part in combat sometimes.
Yeah, you took over his tank for a second, which is great.
You all burned a considerable number of resources for being a single combat. You came out of it with a few injuries. That's about how a challenge 5, like an easy challenge 5, should have panned out for a level 5 party of 4.
We eat it.
Which, math-wise, should be about what it was. I'd have to actually finish statting the thing out, which I will as well this week.
You know, after all of this, I am okay with a bunch of plants following us.
I just want to make this clear. Even though you did tank it for a moment, your behavior at the beginning of combat was unacceptable.
Ah! You killed my pet!
Your pet died when it got a hold of that crystal.
Yeah.
I tried to kill the mutant thing you claimed to be a pet. That's not the same thing. I am.
Pious is just... I thought Pious would take care of it and he didn't!
You can cry and you can be upset and you can throw a tantrum all you want right now. I just want you to know that I am disappointed. That's all I've got to say about that.
Emotional damage.
Take 1d6 emotional damage.
Yeah, so we can we'll go ahead and wrap up here because we're at 4.5 hours. We're all tired. I will.
Holy shit.
Dylan, you can message me more on the rules. I will try to come up with a better way to explain my thought process, and I will also relook over Raw, take into consideration points made, and reconsider how I rule that as well over the week. And of course, finish statting out this enemy.
Yeah, we could talk about it tomorrow after some sleep and make sure we're on the same page.
It could also be the way I'm explaining it. It really could be.
Yeah, like I said, I could just be like, I'm tired and you're tired and we're just not on the same page right now, and I'd rather us, if we're gonna have a rules talk about stuff like that, it's better to come at it from a like both well rested and awake perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we will wrap up here for the night. Everyone watching, thank you for joining us. And we will be back next week. Well as well rested as we normally are when we show up to the table. And we will continue our lovely adventure down the high road and all the craziness.
I love you. Goodbye.